Tunaheshimu ndugu zetu wa upinzani kwa sababu wako na jukumu ya kikatiba ya kutekeleza katika upinzani. But we also know what democracy looks like. We also know what human rights are. It is nothing to do with violence.
We still urge them to consider to proceed in the bipartisan talks in Parliament. In the unfortunate event that they decide that they don't want to go that route, they must understand that the President has a constitutional duty to protect life and property.
We have no time for unnecessary distractions to the economy. It is time for us to close ranks, pull together, and work with the government and make sure that we can enhance the economic stability of this country.
And as the country waits to see whether Azimio demonstrations will take place today, protest with the Luo Council of Elders has urged the community to desist from attending the protest. Led by the chairperson Nyandiko Ongadi, the elders have said that the protests destroy the country's economy. At a meeting in Kendube, Ongadi said that the protest should not be organized against President William Ruto because his presidency was upheld by the Supreme Court.
Shauri yake ni sisi kama wasasi nataka watoto yetu atulie. Sisi naombia hao president chakula anipe hao.
Likewise, they have expressed their satisfaction with the appointment to serve in parliament.
Hata hii chairman wetu naitwa Raila Molo, sisi naomba yeye atulie. Awache maneno aliyopita, uchaguzi uliokwisha. Hata yeye kama nabaki inji bado kuisha, inji bado iko. Lazima mpa William Ruto nafasi ya kuendesha Kenya. Sisi kama wasee wa Jaluo, naomba tu, naamini viongozi wa William Ruto na nguvu yetu yote sisi kama wasee. Kwa maana sisi naona kama napenda watoto yetu. Naomba watoto yetu wapende mbali hapa kwa serikali yake.
Meanwhile, addressing the media, Azimio leader Raila Odinga maintained that the demonstrations will go on as planned despite the warning from President William Ruto and police boss Japhet Koome.
We have received very credible information that they are again planning to go back to the Jubilee headquarters, to invade Jubilee headquarters with goons to try to take it over. On the one hand, Mr. Ruto has been saying that he wants to see a strong opposition. That's why they've been saying that they want to create a position of a leader of opposition in parliament. At the same time, he's trying to cannibalize opposition. He's moving out to buy out members of parliament from the opposition to reduce the strength of opposition in parliament.
And 7 out of 9 children whose bodies were exhumed from the Shakahola forest and later subjected to an autopsy died from starvation. Chief Government Pathologist Johnson Odur also says that 2 other children died from lack of oxygen. Odur further says that pathologists were unable to determine what caused the death of an adult whose body was part of the autopsies conducted as it had stayed in the grave for a while. Odur added that the identification of bodies through DNA is likely to take more than a month due to various factors such as the state of the bodies.
Once we get to know the relatives who have reported the missing, they're going to submit their DNA to the government chemist, so that now when you take samples from the deceased, this will be matched so that now we can know who belongs to who. So the process is ongoing concurrently. It will take time because DNA is not a process whereby you just match today and tomorrow you're going to say, voila, this is the test. It's a process. So it might not take 1 day or 2 days. It might even take 1 month or more.
Meanwhile, New Life Prayer Center Pastor Ezekiel Oduor will today know whether he will be released on bail or not, even as investigations into his involvement with Pastor Mackenzie continues. Pastor Ezekiel has retweeted that he has no relationship with Mackenzie and that he has only met him once during the negotiations to buy Mackenzie's TV channel. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you are sentenced, you are sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub or
the ship man?
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, hawa watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. We don't know what it's going to look like today, but folks are out and about and nothing is holding you back just yet. A little bit of traffic is coming off the Thika Superhighway. Actually, quite some of it. The build-up has started to look like quite something as you get out towards the CBD. We're going to see movement on Limu Road that has already begun. Coming off Mombasa Road, we're looking at Juja Road, very, very busy traffic. Outer Ring is also a beehive of activity this morning. And we're looking at Westlands with some traffic already starting this morning. It's a few minutes after 6 o'clock, but busy as a beehive in Nairobi streets. What's going on where you are this morning? Talks of many things happening. You want to start early so that you can finish early. Don't know what the roads will look like today, but from all indications, it's going to be a busy one. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter, and let's keep things moving this morning.
Spice up your life. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
Okay. How you doing? Welcome to Tuesday, the second day of May 2023. Kenya's biggest conversation begins now. Ndu. Mambo.
Bosana.
Buana.
You forgot your pen.
Yeah, I don't know why it dropped.
And I know you're quite whatever like this.
Yeah. Surely. All
Eric
my
is
things are usually in
pen.
order, you know.
I know. Like that pen. See, this is the thing. Eric and his pen, unless that pen is finished, he has to use the same pen every single day. Ikiisha is when we'll get a new one. Like now I know everything is in a mess because he cannot find the pen.
I'm done now.
And his day is just finished. He's over.
Maybe we can downstairs nikangali.
City.
Yes.
Eric can't find his pen.
Uko na kalamu ingine extra City?
Yes.
Baadaye then he can go with his OCD.
Ya blue.
He can go with his OCD and look for the pen that he dropped. But for now,
blue pen.
Give me a yellow one.
I have green and red.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
You have what?
Green and red. I forgot the purple one at home.
Yellow would have been nice.
Wow.
Yellow I actually don't have. I've never acquired yellow, but now
that you've mentioned
planted the idea in my head, I'm going to look for
now you look for a yellow pen. Thank you for this pen. Sikurudishi.
Katu nayo. Hizo niko nazo nyingi.
So now that one, Eric will use it until it is finished.
Yes.
I'll give him another one. Those ones have
fits here in this. Yes. Kwisha. How you doing, City?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
My pens and I are doing well.
Unatumia mate ilhali wino upo.
Bwana we.
Ndu. Mambo ikoje?
Can you?
Did they finish making that road that they were making?
See, it's an 8-month project. They started in January.
Now that we're in the 4th month, where are they?
Actually, we've done well. People being moved about. The rain has brought a bit of a delay. You know how things are when things turn to sludge. But when the rain comes to an end, there's possibility that
this
we'll
thing
continue.
of rain and things coming to an end. Did you know that there is a tunnel that starts at Parliament House and gets to the swanky new offices that they were built? Do you know there's a tunnel?
There's a tunnel that does what now?
Tunnel from Parliament to the offices that the MPs.
Yeah, underground. No.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a bit flooded.
People were swimming.
No,
it was not flooded.
No.
It was not flooded. You really must stop getting into my mind and delving into my wishful thinking. No, it was not. It was not flooded. But
wouldn't it have been fun though if it was?
It would have been delightful.
I know.
Yes.
You people, come on.
Sorry.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't flooded. But it occurred to me that it's very interesting that the reason that the article indicated was why that tunnel was built.
Yes.
Was that legislators could avoid their constituents.
So they can just, initially they used to cross.
And you'd be found.
Yeah.
And you'd be waylaid.
Yeah, I know. It's like a dual carriage there.
Yeah.
Aki, you're going and their vehicles.
And their vehicles.
So you got to stop. You have no choice but to stop and listen.
So they'll be waiting for you at the gate. Toka. Bumper. Okay. So let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. Jane Marriott is the UK High Commissioner. Hiyo mnajua? Now.
You're the ambassador.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, already now, if you know all those things, then the next thing is that Jane Marriott will be leaving the country after having served her 4-year tour of duty.
But I thought she left her country to come here.
Will be leaving our country. I said I'll be leaving her country.
No, you said she's leaving the country.
The country.
So you mean she's leaving our country?
She's leaving our country to go to her country.
Before she is reposted.
Mahali ataenda.
Tuwezi kumpatia kaplota abaki.
Unaweza pata hata amenunua kamoja hapa. She will just be coming back like this.
Visiting.
Yes. Yes. So she'll be leaving, and the new High Commissioner has already been announced. His name is Neil Wigan. He'll be coming into the country next month, in July.
July next month, maybe.
Nimesema July, nikaona wacha tuachana nini. Jane leaves in June. Okay? Next month. So,
next month.
Jane will be coming to the Situation Room today for her exit interview. Why are you leaving?
What happened?
Why are you not? How did things go?
Why are you not staying? Okay. Who do we need to speak to? Okay.
You know?
Because Queen
Just
we
tell
know
us
passed away.
Let's first of all, would you like to stay?
Stay, yes.
Would you like to stay?
Okay. Or, if you're tired of Kenya, can we take you to Uganda?
It's just a hop, step, and a jump away.
So she'll be here at 8 a.m. to give us, the look back into her 4 years tenure in the country. There are several things that happened during her stay here. For example, Kenya signed a new trade agreement with the UK. For example, Kenya also signed a defense agreement with the UK. For example, very many other things, right?
Yeah.
Remember President Uhuru going to meet with Bojo,
Yes, he
and
did.
them talking about some education thing, and there were fundings, what they were raising, how many millions of pounds, and Uhuru went to some school in Westlands, and it's going to be a big thing.
That was around the time of the balloons as well.
Yeah, which balloons?
Yeah, exactly. Where
That was for Google.
You've forgotten.
That was for Google.
It was around the same
After
time.
they entered Kenya, Google cancelled that project. It was dumping.
Okay. Different discussion for a different day.
For a different day.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Jane Marriott, the High Commissioner, the UK High Commissioner to Kenya, comes in at 8 a.m. for a conversation with us as she prepares to leave office into another posting. And then we will also, at 7 o'clock, will be joined by the Member of Parliament for Belgut constituency. His name is Nelson Koech. Now, Nelson is the chairman of the National Assembly Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee. Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee. Andrew Franklin will be happy to hear that man will be here. Because one question, why are our military soldiers doing operations within the country without approval?
Parliamentary approval.
Yes. Question number one.
Bum, bum, bum.
He will answer that one. Then he'll tell us about, Kenya's operations in the DRC. We have a new chief of defense forces.
Are we going into South Sudan?
Yeah, we're going to Sudan itself as well. What are those things? Okay. He'll be here. 7 a.m. Keep it here for that conversation. Are we live streaming?
Mm-hmm.
We are.
Yeah.
Bas, kama ni hivyo, twende basi kwa hii break. 18 minutes after 6. If you're online, let us know where you are tuned in from this morning. After we take a look at the weather forecast, we will acknowledge your presence.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You think you can guess the year?
2007. That's when the theme song, that's when it premiered for the James Bond movies.
You're half correct. But in terms of guessing the year?
Okay, if not 2007, then 1963.
Oh, now you're just throwing things, eh? You're throwing the sufria and everything outside.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quatch, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Damn.
All right, cloudy conditions, a chance of a sprinkle in Nairobi at 16, highs of 22 and lows of 16. It's partly cloudy at 15 in Nakuru with highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 22 as well in a mostly clear Nyeri at 14. At 13 degrees, partly cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 29 in a cloudy Mombasa at 25, 25 and cloudy in Malindi, highs of 30 and lows of 25. Mostly clear at 17 in Kisumu, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 26 as well in a cloudy Kakamega at 17. At 18 degrees, Kampala is cloudy this morning, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 25. It's 13 and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 32 in a cloudy Lagos at 25. Looking into Kinshasa, it's cloudy at 24, highs of 31 today. And out into Beijing, Tuesday afternoon is sunny, highs of 28 and lows of 15. At 7 degrees, mostly cloudy in Paris, highs of 19, and we'll see highs of 13 in a cloudy London at 10. Monday night is mostly clear in New York at 13. We'll see highs of 16 and lows of 9.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
After 6.
Good morning, everybody. King Dave Lubale says, good morning. Hot seat crew, indeed. Stanley Gasha says, good morning, Team TSR. It's unfortunate that some of the prayers during the Labor Day celebrations needed some editing. Allah? You two people, where do you people get on YouTube? It's just, yeah.
Prayers needed editing.
Apparently.
Okay.
Didn't know.
That's unfortunate then.
Isn't it? Louis Anjira says, good morning, everybody. Leonie Mandamano. No, okay. So, Mark Mwagi says, good morning, brilliant Ndu, philosophical city, satirical Eric. Leo tutajua sheep mare, sheep na sheep goat. Silas Kibet says, good morning, tune in from the Dead Sea region. There could be many places, my friend. Mwafrika tuning from Qatar, and we also see Kwale is where JM is tuned in this morning. Nyabura Joroge is tuned in from Maryland in the USA, and from the UAE, that's where Francis Kijajui is. Watching from Kansas City, can I book one of CT's yellow pens? It doesn't have yellow pen today. CT, will you have a yellow pen tomorrow?
No, he's gonna acquire a yellow pen.
I'm going to try and see if I can find some, and if I do, I'll let him know.
He also wants to know if you have special powers to pass exams.
No,
not today.
Those powers I don't have. Not today. Even tomorrow, I still won't have them.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, but your answer
special
is
powers
no,
for who to pass
Joel.
exams? For City to pass exams?
No, I think Joel is the one who's sitting the exams, and he believes that if he got a yellow pen from CT, he'd then be able to write his exam in the yellow pen and then do what? Pass the exam. But unfortunately, that cannot happen. I'm sorry, my friend. Joe says good morning. Joe is short for, guess what Joe is short for?
Joseph.
No.
Not Judas. Joel.
Wow. No.
Okay. Jehoshaphat.
Okay, it's actually Josephat. Joe is short for Josephat. Eric, you were on a long thing. He's tuning from Nyeri town. He says, thanks for always informing us. The best show in the world, indeed. Ndu, can you please connect me to one Nigerian girl I need to marry now? As in now at 6:23?
There's only one who's close to you.
6:23. We need to do. Here comes the bride. Now. Perth, Australia is where David Mugo is, and Jama is tuned in from Qatar. Good morning, Zach from Nairobi. We see you guys. Oluchina is tuned in from Emuhaya. Bernard Estate does a thumbs up from Andrew. Yay, Andrew, it seems that you're in a good mood this morning.
Power is back.
It would appear so. Can you see your thumb?
Alrighty.
Bernard. Let's assume that power is actually back and Bernard is good this Tuesday morning. Tuning from Kambu is Baba Brittany. Say hi to Brittany. Moniz Janice is tuned from Singapore. Roy Chokatuko Power. Jenny is tuned in. Arab Sang says good morning from NC. Now NC is where? NC. Could be North Carolina. Could be
Nairobi City.
This is true. You're actually correct. You went very far. And here we are. Okay.
Or even better still, Nakuru City.
There's another one. Narok County. We could keep going, man. I mean,
Nandi.
Nandi County.
So don't confuse us, man. Where are you? Arab Sang. Zachary Odio is tuned in from Kakamega. Jane Duta tuning from Mombasa, but have moved to Limuru. Wait a minute. You're tuned in. Mombasa has moved to Limuru, but Montreal always on point.
I mean, Mombasa is now cold.
Well, okay.
Hey.
Zachary Otieno is tuning from Mombasa, and Dicho is tuning from Kwamthusi Mwingi. Benwa says tuned in from Kibra this morning, and Collins Kiptai says good morning. Linda Choga is tuned in as well. Benjamin Omanga says good morning, Situation Room. There's some very long Kiswahili, but yeah, we see you, man. I've seen the word mandamano twice, so you know it must be something. Good morning, Situation Room. Tuning from Nairobi. Robertsburg is tuning from Mombasa. Mukoya Anwa is tuned in from Kibra. Many people online this morning. Karibuni sana.
City.
Indeed.
To go.
We are still in the country of Togo.
Joe is short for Judas.
You cannot look into a bottle with both eyes at the same time.
What bottle are you talking about?
Which bottle?
Botro or bottle?
The one
botro.
No, I'm referring to the one green bottle standing on the wall.
If If one green bottle will accidentally fall,
then
there'll be 9 green bottles standing on the wall.
And you can't look at both of them with one eye.
No,
inside.
You cannot look inside a bottle.
Yes,
with
into
both
eyes.
Yes, you have to close one eye and then look. You can't sort of like
because of the neck of the bottle.
Well, those are the details. But you try and look into the neck of a bottle with both your eyes and see how that works. You'll look at the side of the bottle, not inside the bottle. Experiment. How's it going? See?
That's a cup.
The little detail is important, isn't it? You need to actually have a bottle. Voilà.
Higher, Basi. Headlines.
On the front page of the Standard this morning, workers go home empty-handed amidst protest talk. Why would they do that? Employees expected the government to focus on the high cost of living and probably get a pay rise, but speaker after speaker took their time to rail at the opposition over planned demonstrations today. Don't do it, they said. There was a man called Githunguri, and he's guarding his billions in his death. It's interesting to see 1.3 million shillings is the value of his shares in EABL. There's money in ABSA, 700 million shillings worth of 9.6 acres in Karen. See, do you remember how you said you needed some 60 billion? Abi, how much was it? 600 million from the bank. These are the people.
600 M.
These are the ones that you can get.
Yeah.
David Murave says the cost of living is likely to sink the Ruto government, and he says that President William Ruto would be lucky to survive one term in office. So he's had an interesting exclusive with the Standard. Inside Mackenzie's doomsday teachings, using the Bible, pastor made claims that border on heresy, but his congregation grew. This is all in the Standard this morning. On The Nation, Ruto's new salary plan for workers. So maybe there was something. He's announced a new salaries policy that will set equal pay for workers in public and private sectors, even as he defended extra pension and medical deductions that have shrunk workers' pay slips. Cult strangled members. Deadly beliefs. Some of the victims of the cult operating in Kilifi's Shakahola village were killed by suffocation and strangulation, according to the post-mortem examination conducted yesterday on some of the 110 bodies exhumed, and this has been revealed. So maybe it was not just starvation. Well, not maybe. According to this post-mortem, that is what we see. Protest rivals dig in amidst calls for restraint. So on the back page of The Nation, a Frexim bank disburses, wait for it, 408 billion shilling loan to Kenya.
A Frexim is which one?
Frexim is the Africa Export and Import Bank. Today they're going to send money to Kenya.
How much?
408 billion shillings.
400 billion.
Right.
Wow. For what?
What's the money for?
408 billion. Oh, you want to know?
Yes.
It's economic support. It's a loan for Kenya, handing some temporary relief to the country facing deep financial headwinds.
Okay.
So at least now...
So it's those to concessional loans, of 1% like this.
Exactly.
So the county governments can receive money now.
And all those things that were starved for cash, perhaps will get some reprieve, n'est-ce pas?
Kenya iko na mali mingi ya kutoa pesa. Sijui mnapiga kelele gani?
Amwezi umia sana.
Haya. I tell you what's in the Business Daily.
Please do.
Okay. Money from Kenyans abroad dips for the first time in 13 years. Kenya's largest foreign exchange earner is Kenyans abroad. Cash sent home by Kenyans living and working abroad in the 3 months to March fell for the first time since 2010 as inflation hit multi-decade highs in many countries, squeezing household budgets. Remittances dropped to $1 billion, that's about 137 billion shillings, in the quarter, January, February, March, from 138 billion shillings in the same period the previous year. Central Bank of Kenya data shows. Kenyans abroad typically send money to help their families and all those other things. The rising cost of living in countries like the US and in Europe on the cost of costly energy, food and rent has been squeezing households and putting pressure on policymakers to bring the issue under control. Hiyo ni moja. Number 2. Last week but one, in April, one John Gumi appeared before Parliament. Remember? And it's where that he disclosed that he was the main transactional advisor for the Helios sellback of shares to the government for Telecom. Remember? And then it also emerged that, for that for his expertise and his brain, he was paid some 362 million shillings. Remember that?
I remember that.
And he was asked, so, mambo ya tax now? He said, actually, Honorable Chairman, I'm going to pay that tax. Now, John Gumi has paid a tax of 111.9 million shillings. 111 million shillings amepatia KRA.
You just did it?
111 million. Yeah, like that. That's tax. It has gone. He says, I made a commitment to Parliament that I would pay within 1 week, and that is what I've done. As a consultant, I am required to pay 5% withholding tax, but out of good faith, I have decided to pay 30% as though it's pay-as-you-earn consideration. I'm just making sure that I'm within the statutory provision of the April 30th deadline, he added. Now, that argument there is what I don't understand. That he was required to have paid 5%
Then
withholding tax. But is that
because what?
But 5% withholding is withholding 5% of the 30% that you should pay. Eventually, you will pay the 30%.
You're going to pay it anyway?
Yes.
As what? Corporate tax? Or what?
Income.
As income tax, exactly. You're going to pay it as income tax anyway.
Yes. Yeah, it's you. Actually, the person paying you is the one who withholds. That's why it's called withholding tax. The person paying you withholds 5%. They remit it to KRA. So that KRA knows, umelipa CT pesa. So he owes us 25%. And we know how much that 25% is. So when CT does not pay that 25%,
we are with him.
We are with him. Hapa kwa hapa. So that's what happened. Now, John Gumi has decided, don't come. Don't. They had those guys paid me, they didn't withhold the 5%. It's okay. I'm paying you. So if this matter had not gone to Parliament,
would you have paid 30%? CT, why are you looking at blank walls?
The wall isn't blank.
It's colored.
Yes.
Tell us what's in the Star.
Definitely, there is no news about money in the Star.
Hakuna 100 million like this?
No. But there's very good news. You know that top right-hand corner in green teal?
Yes.
There is a delightful story on page 9. City Clinic offers Kenyan amputees first 3D printed legs in 3 days. That'll require explaining.
Yeah.
Yes, it is one of the most exciting.
They print a leg for you.
Prosthesis.
Then?
You
wear it.
So they put it on and you wear it. I'll read the story for you.
Yes, say print. Say print ile a copycat. No. Print mugu. You'll read the story. Other headlines?
I will read the story.
Other headlines?
So that you can understand. Okay? Now, the Shakahola story has acquired a new twist. Apart from just the deaths and the probe into it, they're now probing to determine whether body parts were harvested. So if you thought it was bizarre, let me just say that it's getting bizarrer. Okay?
The story of body organ harvesting, where does it come from? Anyway. You'll tell us that bizarre story.
I'll tell you.
What? Okay.
Nyanza, flooding. Residents asked to move as more rains pound region. This rain is pounding everywhere, by the way. Everywhere.
Not stopping, man.
No. It's not stopping. Stopping for what?
Did you have this kind of warning? So we knew that, we may not have sufficient rain for this time. Did you actually have
I'm going to pull up.
ample warning like in February that the oncoming long rains are going to have heavy flooding?
Yes, I'm going to pull up that notice for you.
Please
but what we found, what we were told by the Met, it was clear. And other agencies was that with the severe drought, we will have severe flooding. They did say it. I'm going to find it. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Where? Higher. Let me do like this. Ndu, you tell us about traffic. It's 25 minutes to 7. Sawa.
Okay.
Traffic, alafu we hear those stories, plus you pull out the thing.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay. We're looking at traffic in different parts of the city this morning, and a build-up on Jogo Road lending to traffic is coming off Outer Ring. Heavy traffic on Outer Ring this morning at that junction as you're getting towards the Thika Superhighway. At the underpass there, just at Muthaiga Square, there's also some traffic. But apart from that, everything else looks like it's moving along quite smoothly without too much of an issue. In and out of the city with some traffic. The Eastern Bypass looks like it's going to be interesting this morning, as does North Airport Road, heading in that direction as well. So right now, it's going to keep an eye on things and see how they progress. Not too bad at the moment. Hopefully, we can keep things just so down to a low rumble. Spice FMKE on Twitter. Let's talk there as we try to keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Start.
Did you tell us that story?
Which one?
The one for
You have like
Bizarra.
3 interesting stories. Start with the most bizarre.
Let me bizarre the 3D. This one is pleasantly bizarre.
Okay.
Because you will want to know how
At
it
least
is
it's a positive story.
you can photocopy a prosthesis.
Yes.
That is not quite the story, though. It is touted as one of the 21st century's most exciting breakthrough technology.
Yes.
It is now available in Nairobi. NC. Nairobi C?
T.
All right. 20 minutes of the tragic train ride felt like an hour. Hundreds of sweaty men hung dangerously on the carriage as the old train rumbled from Dandora through Mutindwa. This was the 23rd March 2011. Operators of matatus in Eastlands were on strike, and the train was the only means of transport to the city centre. Stephen Ochieng was already nauseated by the body sweat. He gripped the window of rails tightly, but soon the numbers and the tingling of his fingers turned into unbearable pain and shot through his forearms, and he let go. The train was moving. He fell down into the track, and the moving carriages immediately crushed his legs lower down.
Oh my God.
He woke up at the Kenyatta National Hospital, where he stayed for the next 6 months. Ochieng, now 32 years old, has been wearing traditional prostheses on both legs, which were cut off below the knees. Last week, he became among the first Kenyans to receive the first locally made 3D printed artificial legs. They are light and flexible, and the joints are moving. They're not stiff, so you don't have to walk as though you can actually bend them. I can even drive a car or motorbike. It is also easy to walk up on a hill. Ochieng, a cobbler in Dandora Phase 3 said. 5 rather. This is one of the most exciting breakthroughs in technology. Okay? Now, essentially, what we're saying is this. This company is actually called Stratus. Okay? Stratus Medical Imaging Solutions is an orthopedic clinic in Parklands. Okay? It partnered with Prothea, a 3D prosthetics printing company based in the same venue. Now, the story of how this thing works, it produces molten plastic through tiny nozzles and moves around precisely under the computer control, meaning the lightness is because of the material that the prostheses are made of. False body parts, okay? Manufactured, that's prosthesis. So there's a material they use, which is essentially plastic. But the process of making it is computer driven. That's why it's being referred to as 3D. Meaning, so there's precision to it.
Yeah.
And it fits you, the person.
So they give it to your specification.
To your specification. It's not as though I can lend you mine on Saturday because I'm not using it. If it's yours, it fits you and is perfect for you.
Right.
That's why it makes mobility easy. Now, there's a long story about it, but the good thing
Isn't that the case for all prostheses, though?
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that the case for all of them? Don't you go first and they do a mold?
They do.
And then they produce it out of a mold?
They do. They do.
So it's the same thing here, but now this is lighter, faster.
No, lighter, faster, more precise.
Okay.
Because of the computer elements in it.
Okay.
Meaning, everything is precision. And then remember the molten plastic that I was talking about, it makes it lighter, meaning it is easier for you to move. The old prosthesis, there was wood, there was metal, some heavy plastic. Yes, it worked, but let's say it had its challenges. This one removes some of those challenges. Okay?
And it says it has joints, sort of.
Yes, it has.
What? Nice. So,
below the knee, anything that knee downwards, that's what they're dealing with first.
Wow. Wow. So this clinic of course, I'm assuming that this was first a donation to this gentleman. But it's here to do business.
Oh, there's a business.
Okay.
You know, the odd thing is...
I wonder how much... What's the difference in cost?
I've looked at all this article here, but they talk about you can go down to, okay? The upper limit is not mentioned. You can go down to 100,000 shillings. Okay, that's what they mentioned. Yes.
Down to
100,000.
So it's the cheapest. Oh, okay.
It's actually 50% cheaper than what the other prosthesis would cost. That is what they tell us.
Wow.
But the interesting thing they say, if you've had an amputation, there's a stamp. All you need to do is take a picture of it with the phone and send it.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow. Okay.
Because if you're going to be a client, they have to give you estimates and they've got to tell you, walk you through the process and what should happen. Yes, but they also need to know what they're dealing with.
True.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good one.
It is.
That was story number one.
Yes.
Carry on.
Okay. Now, Shakahola, probe to include human organ harvesting. Shakahola deaths, probe to extend into possible
organ harvesting.
Yes, families may wait longer to receive bodies as autopsies begin. Now, the national government will investigate if any of the 110 bodies exhumed so far from Shakahola forest is missing any organs. And confirmed reports some of the bodies exhumed from shallow graves, Shakaholas over the 2 weeks, could be missing vital organs. If that is true, amputees, sorry.
Oh, okay.
If that is true, autopsies.
I think it's still in the previous story.
Sorry.
Join the other side. What did you mean?
The autopsies will confirm this, not amputees.
I don't blame you. You're in good company. Joe is Judas. Please.
Well,
that's true. Because you start hearing those rumors of, there have been rumors of what happens in these places. There are some hospitals where people go and they die and their bodies are never found. These places, I don't know, people go for prayers and then, their bodies are then picked and taken to mortuaries and then they
I really
blah,
want
blah,
to
blah.
read something.
Read that one.
The writer. Now, I'm going to read slowly and I want you to see if it makes sense.
Okay.
I've been trying to make sense of it.
Okay.
I need help.
Okay.
If it is true, autopsies will confirm it, trained doctors or technicians and cooling equipment could have to be present, as well as cooling of containers and surgical venues, not under palm trees.
Wait, start. If it is true, autopsies will confirm this. Full stop.
If it is true, autopsies will confirm it. Okay?
Full stop.
Trained doctors or technicians and cooling equipment would have to be present, as well as cooling containers and surgical venues, not under palm trees. Okay? Please pay attention.
What's not under the palm?
Recipients would have to be in relatively good health, not starved. The process is complicated.
What?
I told you.
No, read what was there before. I mean, what had been written before?
Unconfirmed reports. Unconfirmed reports, some of the bodies exhumed from shallow graves in Shakahola over the 2 weeks could be missing vital body organs.
Okay.
Okay.
If it is true, autopsies will confirm this,
trained doctors or
technicians
and cooling equipment could have to be present
in order to confirm this.
No. That's not what they're saying. That's what you are saying. As well as cooling containers and surgical venues, and not under palm trees. This is what the article is saying.
And recipients?
Yes.
Recipients of what?
Recipients would have to be in relatively good health, not starved.
Recipients of what?
But do you want me to start from the beginning again?
Recipients of what?
Do you want me to start from the beginning again?
The Samarita at the Star.
Cooling.
Apo Ali.
As opposed to other venues under palm trees.
Aye.
All right. Let me just read a last paragraph. There's a long story, but this last paragraph should perhaps shed more light, okay? Pastor Paul Mackenzie of Good News International is being linked to the deaths of his followers after he allegedly directed them to fast for days to die and to go to heaven and see Jesus. Okay. So, have I given you adequate context?
for the palm trees.
And the recipients of what?
Recipients of what?
Of body organs.
Okay, so they say in order to confirm whether these bodies were used for organ harvesting, the recipients of the organs would have to be
let me determine
next to cooling venues as opposed to under palm trees.
And they should not be starving. Or is it the recipients of this? What is it?
The recipients of the dead bodies.
Can I, my erstwhile colleagues, can I just ask a simple question?
Yeah. Okay.
When you people were in secondary school,
yes,
did you study comprehension?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It was a long time ago, wasn't it? Yes, it did. The process of determining whatever the headline stipulated is an arduous task.
Yes.
It is complicated.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And it's not, you cannot be likened to sitting under a palm tree. All this equipment, the cooling plants and cooling containers are, for example, the equipment that will be required.
Shut up. What are you
Go on. I want to hear the part of the recipients. Who are the recipients? The recipients of the postmortem, or what?
The would-be recipients of these organs for which these dead bodies.
No, recipients of the postmortem.
The recipients of the the bodies.
Yes, they would have to be healthy. Now, this is strange. These guys are already dead. But anyway, they would need to be healthy
and not starving.
And not starving. They're already dead. But he's right when he says the process is complicated. There we agree with him.
Wow.
Right.
Amejichanganya yeye mwenyewe. Let me tell you the story of a gentleman called Charles Mutiso. Charles Mutiso is a deputy director in charge of external resources at the National Treasury. Okay? This man has signed a consent with the EACC to settle a dispute out of court. You know, like a small matter here. There's like a small dispute that he had with EACC. Yeah? The man said he will refund some 24 million shillings to escape prosecution for accumulating wealth through corruption. He refunded the amount in return of his freedom and seized property. The consent was allowed by Justice Esther Maina, who ordered that the dispute be marked as settled and the case withdrawn. The agreement shall be served upon the banks to reopen the bank accounts and to the Ministry of Lands to lift the caveat that had been placed on his properties. Under the deal, Mutiso will deposit 24 million shillings to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission as final settlement of the dispute, while the court lifts all orders that froze his accounts. The court also lifted orders that stopped him from dealing with his vehicles and 4 plots in Embakasi within Nairobi, Matungulu and Donyo Sabuk within Machakos County. The EACC also agreed to return his title deeds relating to the plots, logbooks of its 3 vehicles and sale agreements that it had seized from the Treasury official. The EACC had sued the Treasury official to recover millions of shillings that he allegedly acquired through corruption, saying their investigations showed Mutiso accumulated assets between 2015 and 2020, which are disproportionate to his legitimate known sources of income. According to the EACC, Mutiso was on a salary of 118,000 shillings per month between 2015 and 2020. But he was receiving unexplained millions of shillings in his 3 bank accounts at ABSA, Cooperative and KCB through inward remittances, EFTs and cash deposits. They said Mutiso's accounts at ABSA had 40 million shillings, which was deposited from unknown sources. 2 million shillings was at his Cooperative bank account. 7.6 million shillings was at his KCB bank account. The commission had told the court that large deposits were made into the accounts through frequent deposits at most 6 times a month. And analyzing his M-Pesa account showed he had received deposits amounting to 9.8 million shillings. He had also acquired the pieces of land in Matungulu at a cost of 8 million shillings, another one in Dojo Sabuk at 3.5 million shillings, and several other to plot here and there.
So the thing is not adding up?
Yeah, so they had gone to court and said, this man, hii pesa yote, hii mali yote, plot here, Donyo Sabuk there, money coming to M-Pesa 9 million, money in his bank account, ABSA 40 million, 2 million in Cooperative, so you how much in KCB?
It doesn't add up to 180 million.
For a guy who is earning 118 Gs.
Even if you work for 10 years.
Yeah.
10.
Akawaambia sasa EACC. Si watu ni kuongea.
Ile plea bargain ile.
Si watu si ni kuongea. Tuongee bwana. Hii ni mambo gani? Nini mnasema? We think you some 24 million shillings. Okay, let's do this. Let me give you that 24 million. So,
you know, from the 118,000 that he earns, let him deduct 24 million and give.
Let me give. So you found some 40 million shillings in my ABSA. And you found some 2 million shillings at Coop Bank and 7 million shillings at KCB. Now I can show you rental property here, rental income, blah, 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 blah. I can explain some amount of money. These are the one that you're saying I can't explain. 24 million shillings. Simchukwe basi.
Wakasema?
Sawa.
Yes, is it sawa?
Yeah. Yes. And they went to court and the judge said, you guys have settled? Yeah. So you'll give back the 24, you'll give 24 million shillings to EACC? Yes. EACC okay with that? Yes. So what should we do next? Madam Judge, please unfreeze his accounts, release his assets.
Allah. So no question about where did you get the money?
See, that one has been settled.
Remember, the question you're asking is, how did you build those houses to give you rent?
We're not even asking those questions.
The houses were already built. Let's assume they were built and you can explain the money in certain accounts from the rent. Okay?
And those explanations were accepted.
Yes.
So these unacceptable explanations or lack thereof
amounts to 24
million. So rather than us going into a long thing, courts, charges, etc., wasting time, let me just give you that money and then we move on with our merry lives. Very interesting. Okay.
Plea bargaining makes sense.
It does.
It makes sense.
It does.
Up to a point.
Hii mambo ni kuongea.
Up to a point.
Watu ni kuongea.
Speaking of watu wa kuongea, Afrexim Bank disburses 408 billion shillings to Kenya today. So you're asking which bank is that? It's the Africa Export and Import Bank. It'll today start the disbursement of a $3 billion economic support loan for Kenya, handing some temporary relief to the country facing deep financial headwinds. Sources said the commencement of the disbursement of the mega loan follows approval by the board of directors of Afrexim Bank. A source ahead of the signing ceremony between the bank and the National Treasury in Nairobi today said the amounts will go to various sectors of the economy to enable the government of Kenya to manage the economic headwinds induced by global factors. According to the same source, the financing will also support the importation of essential commodities aimed at taming the high cost of living and supporting the country's post-COVID recovery infrastructure projects and boosting industrialization. Okay? So that's what the money is for. The Kenya National Trading Corporation was in November last year given cabinet approval to spearhead the government's initiatives to stabilize the cost of goods amid a biting drought that had curtailed the local food production. So they're handling that. Kenya also entered into a government-to-government deal for the importation of petroleum products from the Middle East. Give us oil, we'll pay you later kind of thing. The Afrexim loan will also go into manufacturing and agro-processing, export development, such as setting up industrial parks and promotion of intra-Africa trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area initiative of the African Union. So this money that's coming in is to do all of those things. You understand?
Yeah.
Pay back that money for oil, fill some gaps here and there that are not making sense, introduce some agricultural infrastructure that's needed to then, zhuzh up the economy. So the loan is not just coming to do nothing. It's actually coming to these things that the government said they want to do. This loan now is coming into...
I didn't get that part of it paying back the oil.
Here we go. Let me come back to you. Kenya also, the Afrexim loan will also go into manufacturing and agro-processing. That was AGFA. Kenya also entered a government-to-government deal for the importation of petroleum products from the Middle East. And apparently this is one of the factors that the disbursement of the loan will go towards sorting out.
In what way?
I want me to go into the details of it.
Unless you say that the dollars have come in, so we'll not have a shortage, because the money is coming in dollars, really. Isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so maybe you're just saying that now we'll have Forex available in the country. The CBK has Forex that the oil marketing companies can then use to pay for the mafuta. Because the government does not buy oil.
No.
Okay.
It's not the government who buys.
Okay. City, you had a third story.
I did. The third story was residents asked to move over rains as it pounds the region. 4,500 households have been affected by the raging floods in Nyando. This is where yours truly originally came from. Yes, Nyando. With fears of increased numbers
Nyando
of
plains.
Yes. Believe me when they say it's plain. Believe me, it is plain. Tambarare. You just see. There's no...
Nice adjectives.
Okay. Yes. As rains continue to pound different regions across the country in Nyanza, villages have been marooned, homes submerged, and water covering access roads. This story is on page 24. By the way, just so that...
when they're told to move, and there's no high ground like you've just described, so where are they going?
See, they have relatives.
They go stay with their relatives. Is that what you said?
Where do you want them to go?
But your relatives are with you.
Yeah. I mean, Moroni. They can, some of my relatives who, if they are flooded, they can come over to Moroni. We don't have those problems.
Also, if Kano is flooding, they come to Moroni.
They can come to Moroni. But what they normally do, they will look for schools in the area or churches that are on slightly higher ground.
But there's no high ground. You just said it's plains.
As I said, slightly high, slightly Tambarare. Timboroa is that place on your well-drilled. Gosh. Hey. No, but for
so
effort,
you have few places to move to.
You
basically,
in fact,
this is what we are saying.
Let me just explain. The settlement scheme that comprises what you call Muhoroni, Lambwe Valley, and the others was set up specifically because of this.
Because people are flooded out of...
They kept being flooded out. Yes.
Right.
And so, come around 63, 64, the government decided, after independence, no, guys, perhaps we need to give these people an option. Yes, so most of the people who live in Lambwe Valley, which is in South Nyanza, actually come from the Kano regions. The majority of people who live in the Muhoroni area actually also come from Nyando. Same.
Right.
Okay. And what they did then was, so long as you could find 100 bob, okay,
100 shillings in 1965.
Yes, as long as you could find it, you didn't have to pay it at once.
You are like John Gumi.
Yes,
you are
exactly.
rich.
Okay.
100 bob.
So, Kabisa, you would get land. Okay.
How much?
2.5 acres homestead.
For 100 shillings?
Yes, in those days. You talk about 1964, 65, 66. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it is.
And then you would be given another 2.5 acres for domestic maize, food stuff, blah, 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 blah.
2.5 acres is your homestead.
Your homestead.
Compound.
Yeah, 2.5 acres.
Backyard.
Then sugarcane.
And then like a kitchen garden of 2.5 acres.
Something of that sort. No, 2.5 acres, all of it.
Okay.
Yes. Now you can decide to leave in half an acre, the other 2 you plant.
Okay.
Then sugarcane, you'd be given a farm of 7.5 acres. The total was 10 acres. So 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. It's planted in cycles. So you plant this one over this period. The idea was that the rotation and the cycle of harvesting would cover a certain period of it. So you're constantly receiving money.
Right.
Because you don't plant all 7 acres at once.
Right.
That was the understanding. Now those who had a little more money would now buy land that was considered
2 shares
excess. So now you would have maybe 50 acres. Others would have, say, 100 acres. That sort of thing. Okay.
Wow.
Voilà.
So that's how that settlement scheme came into being.
Okay.
Just in case you think these stories are long, I remember as a child, those days they didn't have mattresses. You slept on a reed. So you wake up and there's this floating sensation because you're sleeping on the floor.
It's you.
You're floating because the water has actually entered and you're floating on that reed. So it's something I can still remember as a child. Yes.
So when you hear them, they are still being evacuated 60 years later.
And the option for people to move was always there. But many people feared moving. Change is something that bothers human beings.
Okay.
We're always reluctant to change.
All right. It's time for the news. Keep it here. The next hour, we speak to the MP for Belgood constituency, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is Newsroom. Dennis Aseto. As the country waits to see whether the Azimio demonstrations will take place today, the Luo Council of Elders has urged the community to desist from attending the protest. Led by Chairperson Nyandiko Ongadi, the elders have said the protesters should not protest and destroy the economy. At a meeting in Kendubai, Ongadi discouraged protest against President William Ruto's government because his presidency was upheld by the Supreme Court.
Na mwambie watoto yetu, mtoto taenda kwa barabara, shauri yake. Ni sisi kama wasasi nakataa. Nataka watoto yetu atulie. Sisi naombia hao president chakula anipe hao.
Likewise, they have expressed their satisfaction with the appointment made by President William Ruto to serve in his government. Addressing the media, Azimio leader Raila Odinga maintained that the demonstrations will go on as planned despite the warning from President William Ruto and police boss Japhet Koome.
We have received very credible information that they are again planning to go back to the Jubilee headquarters, to invade Jubilee headquarters with goons, to try to take it over. On the one hand, Mr. Ruto has been saying that he wants to see a strong opposition. That's why they've been saying that they want to create a position of a leader of opposition in parliament. At the same time, he's trying to cannibalize opposition. He's moving out to buy out members of parliament from the opposition to reduce the strength of opposition in parliament.
And Inspector General of Police Japhet Koome says the planned Azimio protests are unlawful. He says this is because the recent Azimio protests have been marked by criminal incidents and even death. This comes days after the Nairobi Police Commander Damson Bungei declined to accept a notice over the protest. Koome reiterated the police responsibility to enforce the law without bias in compliance with the rule of law and respect for human rights. Meanwhile, leaders led by President William Ruto condemned the protest, urging Raila Odinga to make room for bipartisan talks.
Tunaheshimu ndugu zetu wa upinzani kwa sababu wako na jukumu ya kikatiba ya kutekeleza katika upinzani. But we also know what democracy looks like. We also know what human rights are. It is nothing to do with violence.
We still urge them to consider to proceed in the bipartisan talks in parliament. In the unfortunate event that they decide that they don't want to go that route, they must understand that the president has a constitutional duty to protect life and property.
We have no time for unnecessary distractions to the economy. It is time for us to close ranks, pull together, and work with the government and make sure that we can enhance the economic stability of this country.
And the Kenya Human Rights Commission has told off the police over their purported ban of Azimio mass protests slated for today. The commission said the Public Order Act, which the police have cited in their argument, doesn't give police powers to disallow demos. Police reaffirmed a statement issued over the weekend that the protests are illegal. However, Azimio leader Raila Odinga has said the demos are still on.
Every person has the right, peaceably and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities. That provision has not been suspended. And our demonstrators tomorrow have been informed, and I repeat here, that tomorrow's demonstrations are going to be peaceful. Nobody is allowed to carry any weapon. And nobody should try to interfere with anybody's private business.
And Qatar Secretary General Francis Atwoli has castigated the Salaries and Remuneration Commission for pressing public servants in their dues and CBA agreement. Atwoli in the same breath called on President William Ruto to reach out to opposition leader Raila Odinga for the nation's sake.
Africa was not hit so hard because of huge investment in our informal sector. And we must protect them. To protect them, Your Excellency, go beyond where you are. Make sure you reach out to any of your political enemy to make sure that this country remains stable, Nairobi remains stable. We avoid this issue of maandamano. I'm not competent to advise you. I'm not competent to advise Raila Amolo Odinga.
New Life Prayer Center Pastor Ezekiel Odero will today know whether he will be released on bail or not, even as investigations into his involvement with Pastor Mackenzie continues. Pastor Ezekiel has reiterated that he has no relationship with Mackenzie and that he has only met him once during the negotiations to buy his TV channel. This is Newsweb. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
It's a few minutes after 7 o'clock and traffic is building up in certain parts of the city this morning. It's heavy on Thika Superhighway coming just past the Utali Drift heading out towards the CBD. And we're seeing some traffic on the Northern Bypass, nothing too worrisome. Then coming in from Kiambu Road, at least for now. It looks good. We're not seeing too much on Waiyaki Way coming out of Westlands. That looks good as well. A little bit of movement going towards North Airport Road, and that's going out then towards Outer Ring or then onto the Eastern Bypass. Those are your spots where there's a bit of movement. Jogger Road, interestingly enough, not too much happening right now. Juja Road, bits and bobs of traffic. Probably open up as we go along. So folks might be away from the streets for some reason today. Don't know why. But we'll wait and see how that opens up closer to 8. All right? Spice FM KE on Twitter. Still keep things moving.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to May. So for those who were sleeping in yesterday, it was a public holiday, so they didn't even know that it was, we crossed over from April. They didn't know why they were not going to work yesterday. So let me tell you, it's because we had crossed over into May. And yesterday was the 1st of May. It's globally recognized as the day for workers. And that's why there was a public holiday. Today, you're out there maneuvering your way into work or working from home or whatever. It's the 2nd day of May. It's Tuesday. Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation. If you're just joining us on KTN Home, we've been live on Spice FM since 6 a.m. and also live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook. And we are here until 10 a.m. 0740 400 215. 0740 400 215. Grab your phone and call that number. On the other end, you will get a representative of Centum Real Estate. Ask them, hey, I hear you guys are building some houses in Vipingo. Yeah, can you tell me about it? They'll ask you, how much time do you have? Tell them I've got all the time. They will tell you about this lovely development, which is in Vipingo. Development is in Vipingo, Kilifi County. On your way from Mombasa to Kilifi, before you get to Kilifi, you get it there. It was formerly a sisal plantation owned by the rare Vipingo firm, taken over by Centum a couple of years ago. They're putting up a mixed-use development there. It's going to be an industrial area, a commercial area, plus, of course, all those need residential areas. So they've put up residential houses. Phase 1 of the Vipingo development is completed. 500 homes done, handed over to people. Already a community living there. Phase 2 is currently under construction, and they're saying, just come in. From as low as 1.98 million shillings, you can actually get an apartment at Vipingo. And if you put a deposit of 10%, that's 198,000 shillings. You can then what? You can start your journey towards owning them. You can call that number that I gave you, 0740 400 215, or you can send an SMS with the word Vipingo to 22365. They will get back to you with more information. So today we are going to talk about Kenya's place internationally, our defense strategy, our foreign relations and all. And we're joined by a member of parliament for Belgut constituency. He is also the chairman of the National Assembly's Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, the Honorable Nelson Koech. Good morning.
Good morning, Harry.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you here, bro.
Thank you.
That is the hot seat, as I'm sure you know, of the Situation Room.
Let's see how it is.
Yeah. Let's see. To welcome you first, hear the day's proverb by City.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the country of Togo. Togo is one of the smallest countries on the continent. Not the smallest. The smallest is actually Seychelles, but they are one of the smallest. Okay? You cannot look into a bottle with both eyes at the same time. Now, Mheshimiwa, this is for the sake of my colleagues. Sometimes they're a little hard of hearing. Not looking at a bottle, into. Okay, not at. At you can look at with both eyes, but into.
Yeah. You cannot look into a bottle
with both eyes.
Yes. At the same time. Does it make sense, Mheshimiwa?
Makes sense. A lot of sense.
What do you think the Togolese mean? What's your interpretation of that proverb?
I think it's just trying to define on how we look at things and how we view things. Many times you might need assistance of an extra eye from when you viewed it with one eye to get a real interpretation of what it is. I mean, that is what I would think. I wouldn't know much more than that.
Okay. You know, this is not an exam.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Your interpretation is your interpretation. Unless we get the Muhenga who came up with this first to know what they meant, the rest is subject to interpretation.
Absolutely.
Asante sana for that. Now, you're the chair of the National Assembly's Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee. It's a departmental committee.
Yeah.
What's the mandate of that committee?
So basically, our mandate is to oversight the defense, Kenya National Defense, which is the Ministry of Defense, the Intelligence and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also look at their budget, appropriation of budget, and look how they spend their budget as well. So our mandate is just majorly oversighting all these authorities.
So it's oversighting those three?
Yep.
The Ministry of Defense,
yes,
the National Security Intelligence Service,
and the
Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Now with Diaspora Affairs.
Now with Diaspora as well.
Yep.
Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs.
Yeah.
Now the first two, especially when it comes to budget, we always hear that those are closed budgets. Nobody gets an eye into them.
Yeah.
Do you?
Of course. The Constitution has allowed everyone to look at the budget. The Auditor General's report is published every year, and we scrutinize item by item. You see, many people do not understand these two budgets, particularly that one of the Kenya Defense Forces, because it's a huge budget. And people ask, like right now, what we've proposed for our BPS is 148 billion Kenya shillings. But if you look at it that way, then it's mind-boggling. But if you go now into the details, you realize there isn't much really that is left, because we have a huge military force, which is protection of the sovereignty of the country is very necessary, and personnel and emoluments usually is what constitutes this 148 billion.
What's the percentage that goes into salaries?
About 65%.
Into recurrent,
yeah.
And this is salaries plus...
Yeah. And I'll tell you, it's extremely expensive running the Ministry of Defense.
What?
Recently, I was with the CDF 3 weeks ago in Mombasa. One of the ships, fueling one ship, one of those fighter ships that is used to transport cargo, military cargo, the fighting tanks and all this, to fuel it is 38 million.
One trip?
One trip.
Okay,
so...
Just pause. What sort of fuel does it use?
It uses diesel.
Okay. So it's one ship is equivalent of very many petrol stations.
So many.
What?
It's actually been packed for a few months now. You see, the military is trying to bring back our officers from Somalia.
Yeah.
So some of our ammunition in Somalia. I shouldn't be saying this, but yeah. So the process of bringing it back is starting now, and it's going to be very expensive. So that's one item. Number two, even purchase of an aircraft, Fokker, for instance, costs in excess of 3 point something billion.
Yeah, I mean, the word you use is mind-boggling, some of these numbers that we're hearing already. Excuse me. But even from an oversight perspective, usually the money that goes into, or the budget that is set aside for defense, for intelligence, for MOFA, is rarely questioned in terms of why is it so much. Because there is an underlying understanding that it's the defense of a nation, its sovereignty that's being protected, its foreign affairs and foreign relations with other countries and securing of boundaries and things like that. So you don't really question if this is what they say the budget is, excuse me, then that's what the budget is. Is that a right stance to take, or even that must be questioned when it comes to, and is that some of the stuff that this particular committee then takes into consideration?
I don't think that many people. It's not about the budget. What is questioned in the military? What people question is how procurement is done. That is actually where there's a lot of secrecy, if you may call. Because most of the items that are being purchased, there's a line they use that these are security items. And many times, they want to go for single sourcing or strict tendering, where not many players are involved. That is now where there's a lot of questions many times. That is now where we've come in to scrutinize. If you've noticed in the recent past, I've been able to accompany the various delegations. I've sent my committee to various delegations, especially where they are purchasing. If they are purchasing, for instance, armored personnel carriers, we want to know where they are buying them from. We want to know the cost from production and what other countries within the region are buying for, what taxes are involved, so that we now have a bigger, broader picture of how much one item is supposed to cost, for instance. Because a layman, a member of parliament like me, I have no background or training in military. So it is very difficult for me, first of all, to comprehend those figures. But now when it is broken down and I'm told, we are building a production line in Eldoret, for instance, I want to know how much does it cost to do a production line in Russia. I want to know what kind of production line they are building. With technology and with advanced IT, it is so easy nowadays to find out the cost of any item, even those that are classified as security items.
So is it possible to say then that previously or historically, then there might have been quite a lot of wastage or pillage on this front because these kind of questions
even now,
are not being asked?
Even now, there's a lot of wastage. We have fighter jets that were brought in from Jordan years ago when General Karange was the CDF. They've never taken off from Nyanyuki.
Why?
In fact, they are cannibalizing those fighter jets to prepare the other ones because it was just a bad deal. We were sold.
Let me ask the question: were they new?
They were not new. They were used.
And our people knew that these are second-hand.
Yes. It has come in as an audit query in the National Assembly. It was questioned by last parliaments, successive parliaments, the last two parliaments.
So when those questions are asked, and they even tell you, actually, we can't use these things, we are now cannibalizing them, they are spare parts for our existing machinery, what then do you do as parliament?
As parliament, you make recommendations, sometimes very serious recommendations against officers. Now it's up to the benevolence of the government of the day to see it best if they want to take charge against those who are involved.
To the best of your knowledge, has there been any action taken against any military officer over procurement matters? Or DOD officer?
You see, at that level, which I sometimes also kind of understand, you're dealing with a general.
Yeah.
Because those things are not done by junior officers. When you're dealing with the level of a general, many times, it's every government will want to be safe with a general, and that is why I think there hasn't been any indictment of any senior officer from the military.
Slap on the wrist.
Yeah, actually, if you've noticed, when a general retires, they are given a soft place to land.
Yeah,
so that they continue there being. It's just being.
You don't want to be in the bad books.
I agree.
Of a general. That is defense. NSIS. You see, in defense now, you can explain. There is personnel, there is hardware. NIS, when they have this huge budget of theirs, what's it for?
NIS
how are you able to then audit it?
NIS is quite disturbing. In fact, the last regime misused the National Intelligence Service, from its core mandate of collecting information and advising the president on intelligence information to being a procuring entity for government. It actually was used, if, like you see, there's a plant in Thika for manufacturing of small arms, guns and submachine in Ruiru.
Yes.
It is not in the role of NIS to do that. So identifying land for construction, I don't know of what, not totally outside the mandate of NIS. But it was easy for the government of the day to do serious tender processes using NIS and classifying them as this is extremely sensitive item. You've seen the investigation that is going on in Parliament currently on the almost acquisition of Telkom Kenya, which was done by Helios. And you notice that National Intelligence Service gave an advice against what will have been an advice from the Ministry of Information and Communication. So it was used, disguised as some of the security projects that are being done by the government, but has been abused. We interrogate every item in the National Intelligence Service. We visited the National Intelligence Service headquarters. We want to know what is the role of every officer and what is purchased and for how. But sometimes it's very difficult because I tell you, we had some information from Latif that there were terrorists that were hiding somewhere in Mombasa Road, and we had to pay him for the information. So how do you account for that? It's very difficult.
Because it's a confidential information.
It is, yeah.
You can't really tell you who that was.
We summoned them in Parliament many times, and they say, by the way, as we are talking yesterday in Parliament, there was supposed to have been an attack. But because of the information that we have, first of all, you are scared as a member of Parliament.
You're not going to question it.
there was going to be an attack. Whether it is true or not, you see, they get away with it.
There's something I'd like to ask you, Mheshimiwa. I am thinking not just of this matter that you have referred to regarding NIS being involved in matters procurement. My mind has gone further back. Into some scandals that have involved our armed forces. There was a huge one with the Navy. As is the case with such things, it went this way and that way, and then it went that way. And it's a story that has never really been concluded. But in your thinking, even as you look at this a situation such as the one where NIS were brought in for procurement purposes, could there be logic behind it? Not the legality. Logic.
Sometimes there's logic, especially when it involves national interest. Especially they're doing a lot of exploration to check on which part of the country we could have some strategic minerals. That makes sense, without necessarily having to say. Some has logic, some is being abused. So I'm not saying that it's entirely abused. Many times it's for the good of the country. Some of that information is very necessary. But like I was saying, it is not in their place to do procurement. I still insist that if any entity will want to do procurement, there is nothing like security procurement that is being done.
I'm going to take you a little back into history. When I was around about your age, there was...
And that's history.
Well, that's a long time ago. When we then had special branch. Okay, now... Very little was known of special branch. There was a gentleman called Kanyotu. There were people you heard of. You were fortunate to meet one such person. But what I heard, I never verified it, but I heard that for that service to function well, very many of its officers actually functioned as civilians. When I was a student at the University of Nairobi, I heard similar stories, and some of those stories were confirmed because there were some people who just never seemed to graduate.
They were never graduating.
And if they graduated, they'd come back as master's students. I mean, the stories went on. Now, the logic, again, the word logic, was so that how then do you gather information? How do you collect data if you're not involved in the everyday lives of the citizenry? Which therefore meant that every aspect of our lives, according to that narrative that I heard, they were special branch people. Now, NIS is special branch. So it therefore means that even in the hallowed house where you serve, if I'm to go with that logic, there are people who are NIS. I would then extend to say, even here where we work, there are people who are journalists, but they may be NIS.
How are you pointing at me, Bon?
NIS.
I went this way.
NIS, Banamoga, how it operates globally. Not even forget about Kenya. Forget about the special branch. It is still what it is now. NIS is not these people with uniform and will always report in Dwaraka. No. NIS is any officer. Today, for instance, when you go to the hotels, most of those waiters there are intelligence officers. It's not intelligence in that sense. People are given a stipend to nose around and hear what people are saying for a fee. So you probably sit in, if this were a hotel, you'll have about 4 or 5 who are being retained by the national intelligence to give information on particular individuals of interest. So if you are planning, for instance, Maandamano, we will be able to know where you sat today, with who, and at what time. It still happens in Kenya. That is why I'm saying payment of such is not what you can account for.
You can't really
so it becomes very difficult for us to account for such. But what the NIS now does is they call it operations. So we look at it in Parliament as an operation cost, and we see how it's been broken down. So we have details, which I do not want to break them here, but we are aware. Okay. So be very careful even here. Latif could just be an intelligent.
Careful what you say. So then there's MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yes.
So for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what exactly does this committee then look at when it comes to the ministry?
Well, we're looking at so much, especially now. I'm so lucky that in my committee, we have 9 members of parliament who are in this committee in a previous parliament. Let me tell you, our embassies, Ministry of Foreign Affairs actually is the heart of this country, where we are represented in our embassies abroad, in our missions abroad. That is the image of our country, and we make sure that they are adequately resourced. At the dying days of the last regime, up to last month when I raised this matter before, when Alfred Mutua appeared before my committee, most of our attachees abroad had not been paid. It took me to travel to Belgium and Germany to realize that they're not being paid 6 months. What? 6 months. Some of our officers had not received, our attachees had not received payment.
What does that mean? What are we talking about? Like your monthly salary?
Monthly salary. So the last administration totally messed up with our foreign mission. Number 2, we are going to shortly recommend to the head of state that appointees from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially those who are going to be ambassadors, it is safe to have them, people who have grown from the diplomatic circle and political rejects, being rewarded to go to embassies. It is safe that way. Most of our embassies are almost dysfunctional because, number 1, they are old. Number 2, some of them we've lapsed in payment. You know, like...
We don't have an embassy that was
lapsed in
down.
payment in terms of rent arrears. Rent arrears. There are countries that have actually written very bad reviews about Kenya for lapsing in payments of their rent and their dues. So my committee, when we collect all information, when we visit missions, when we visit embassies, we are able to see exactly what happens with our embassies. Now, that is our oversight role. We come back and make recommendations, and when we are doing budget, we make sure that we deliberately resource the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do its work. Now we have diaspora affairs. There's so much that is being remitted to this country from the people from the diaspora. So if we are not careful to have a robust mission abroad, we run the risk of mismanaging our affairs.
But Mheshimiwa, if I'm to talk globally, is it not the trend globally when a new government comes in that one of the things they do, they will look for, not the majority, the majority of diplomats are professionals, but they will look for appointees who are politically appointed specifically because they serve the interest of those who are in power. This happens the world over. Are you saying that we in Kenya have a preponderance? We have very many people in our foreign missions who do not have diplomatic backgrounds.
No, all I'm saying is that we want to enhance from where we're coming from to where we are going. It is, like I was saying, it is not a good place to have, not necessarily politicians. Of course, there are politicians also who are from the diplomatic background. You can always post them. But there are people who totally do not understand what diplomacy means. You don't want to have such a person as a face of the country abroad. It is safer to have someone who has a bit of knowledge and exposure and training on matters diplomacy. I was excited the other day when I went with the president to Germany and met a brilliant Ambassador Molo, very exceptional person, people who understand diplomacy, people who serve in diplomacy. Then there are other embassies I will not want to say that I visited recently, that you meet an ambassador and you wonder, come on, where did I, am I in the wrong,
did they find this
one?
one?
Am I in the wrong place? Because you see, there's nothing lately that has been done by any ambassador to attract the attention of this country. And that is why many people don't even understand why we continue paying. Why do we expand our embassies? For what? Yet there's nothing new that these ones that have been posted have done. We have to have a team that is significant, that understand what we need for this country, and to put our space in the global.
I want to belabor a little point here, if I may. Huh? You did mention that the previous government made a bit of a boo-boo with our foreign missions. Is it possible for you to just mention, if the details can't be spoken of in public, you don't have to, but what did they do that brought about this mess?
First of all, when you do postings, like I said, based on friendship and tribe to represent you in missions, it is unfortunate. It's supposed to be people who understand what they want to do for the country. So I think Ambassador what was his name? Macharia did a lot of mess in our postings. We have strategic missions, especially the UK, because we trade a lot with them. We have, Europe. We have, in Africa, we have Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, Tanzania. We have South Africa. So those missions, for me, you need people who are extremely strategic and people who understand what they want to do. Big Ted, for instance, is doing so well in Los Angeles, marketing our country, because he's trying to tap talent from music, from art, so that we can have musicians and tap, what we don't have in the country. He's that sort of a person. He works well in Los Angeles, but you can put, for instance, Big Ted in the UK. Because it's...
There are no artists in the UK.
No.
I think I get the point.
His point is well made.
I get the point. On the issue, before we take a break, because we're going to break shortly, on the issue of the staff not receiving a salary for 6 months, the people who work in our embassies abroad, are they employees of the Public Service Commission?
Yes, what happened is this. There was a miscommunication. I don't want to entirely blame the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There was a miscommunication. So most of our attaches who were traditionally paid from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were moved to be paid from the Ministry of Immigration.
Why?
I do not know why Macharia did that. So our commercial attaché, defense attaché, and all those attaches who were abroad had that problem. So between that space of trying to actualize the movement from this other bit of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because they believe the Ministry of Immigration are the ones who collect the dues for abroad, for passport renewals and all those things. It's that money that is then used to make payments. So it was, I think they thought, the government, in its wisdom, decided that since it's immigration that does that, it can as well just pay our officers abroad. When I went to Germany, and remember this was a presidential visit, quietly one of the attaches told me, I have not been paid for 6 months. We summoned Alfred Mutua, who appeared before our committee, and he said, yes, truly, we understand that the officers who have not been paid for 6 months. I said, then you need to do it now, because you can imagine someone who is living abroad and still calling Kenya to request for money. It's not fair. We also have insurance. They need insurance, because now when you're not paid, it means that your insurance has lapsed. So you, in an event of a medical emergency, there's a problem. There is a case that I'm pursuing of one of our officers, immigration officer, Minister of Foreign Affairs officer, based in the UK, who allegedly committed murder because of stress. That is something also that we as a committee, we need to investigate and find out what happened. Why did he jump over a building? And from what I get from the officers in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, quietly also, is that it was because of stress. I want to understand. It was suicide. So I want to understand why that happened, So we shall be summoning also the Minister of Foreign Affairs to explain to us what exactly happened. If all these things have been contributed by our inefficiency in Kenya from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then of course we will make recommendations.
Let's take a break. The Honourable Nelson Koech is the MP for Belgood constituency, which is in which county?
Kericho County, come on.
Of course. Because I'm looking at this man, not far
This is my neighbor.
Not far from where you are, And he's also the chairman of the Defence, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee of the National Assembly. He's here. We're talking about those issues of defence, of intelligence, of our foreign missions abroad and our foreign relations across the country. In the next hour, we'll be having the outgoing UK High Commissioner to Kenya, Jane Marriott. So before Mheshimiwa leaves, he'll tell us about the deal that we have struck, Kenya-UK Defence Cooperation Agreement as well. Keep it here for that, 24 minutes to 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yolanda Mulwa, DJ Absolute. When the gang is together, got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada.
Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
Bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys give more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on. Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at partly clear conditions. Sun is coming up in Nairobi at 16, and at 14 it's sunny in Nakuru, 13 and sunny in Nyeri, and 13 and mostly sunny in Eldoret. It's cloudy at 25 in Mombasa, and we'll see cloudy conditions at 26 in Malindi, 17 and sunny in Kisumu, and 16 and sunny in Kakamega. At 18, Kampala is sunny. We'll see cloudy conditions at 25 in Dar es Salaam. It's 13 and partly cloudy in Johannesburg, and 25 and mostly cloudy in Lagos, 23 and mostly cloudy in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, traffic coming in on Hur Highway into the city. It's coming off Mombasa Road, a little bit just past the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Also looking at some movement coming off of Thika Superhighway in through towards the Pangani Underpass, a little bit on Kiambu Road, Limuru Road, and then coming in from Wayaki Way. Not too bad on James Gishoro. We'll see that pick up later. Coming in from the northern part of the city, Ruaka Road, and then on through towards United Nations Avenue, Kitisuru, that whole area. Some traffic this morning. Traffic situation even at 7:30 is not so bad. Let's see what it opens up to be past 8. All right. What's happening where you are this morning? Let us know on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done.
The Defence, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee of the National Assembly, the Honourable Nelson Koech. I've got to ask you this question because Andrew Franklin will not let it pass. So, Kenya's Defence Forces are currently involved in an operation to flush out or to neutralize, or whatever the word is being used, bandits in parts of the country. They were deployed in, was it February or March? Parliament was not consulted before the gazettement of the deployment of the Defence Forces happened. Did you have a problem with this?
Yeah, initially we had a problem with it because the explanation at that time that we saw, sometimes it's very good to stick to the Constitution. The Constitution, Section 241, that outlines exactly what should be done in deployment of our officers within or outside. We felt at that point that we had not been largely involved as Parliament, and we summoned the Minister, not just the Minister of Defence, but the Minister of Defence and the Minister of Interior, because the letter that we received from Parliament was that the police was going to take the lead, but Kenya Defence Forces were just going to enhance the operation of the police. So we needed to understand exactly.
So who was going to have operational command, the police or the army?
The police do have the operational command even now.
Okay.
Okay. So when we summoned CS Dwale, he explained to us that yes, they had requested, because sometimes they needed technology that is not necessarily available in our Kenya police, especially the use of drones, the use of aircrafts with night vision to see where these bandits are fleeing to at night, was only domiciled in our Kenya Defence Forces, and they wanted that to happen. Number two, Kenya Defence Forces is also known that after this operation, it's not just about doing an operation and leaving. They want to rebuild the classrooms, they want to drill boreholes, they want to make roads. And Kenya Defence Forces has a company that does that. It's called Ulinzi Construction Company, which is subservient of Kenya Defence Forces. So those explanations were given to us, and we as Parliament were satisfied with that explanation, that the command was going to be the Kenya Police, and the Kenya Defence Forces were only going to complement the Kenya Police.
However, like you said, you stick to the Constitution.
Yeah.
Is it the spirit and letter of the drafters of the Constitution that such backdoors could be left open? That a government of the day can actually deploy the military and say the military are working under the police in a security operation?
It is allowed sometimes when there is a threat, especially internal threat. I mean, we use it many times when there are terrorists. We've used it in Westgate before. And because this thing was mutating to threaten the security of this country, it necessitates then that defense comes in, that their sovereign role is to protect the integrity of the country within and outside the country.
That much I understand, and it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
However, I'm asking, from the drafters of the Constitution, some of them sit in that parliament now, Otiende Amolo, you can ask him, was it in their thinking that it would be possible to just wake up and deploy the military within the borders of the country without having Parliament having a say over
absolutely no. The Constitution does not allow that. The Constitution spells out clear that, first of all, you seek the approval from Parliament before you can deploy.
So that basically, it's the people of Kenya must be aware that the military is operating in the country.
Unfortunately, this happened when we were on recess. So I'm sure, and looking at what was going on at that time, they decided to deploy and come and seek concurrence from Parliament at that time. And number two, it is because it was not the Kenya Defence Forces that was being deployed. It was just backing up the Kenya Police Forces. So it was within the law for Kenya Police Forces to head the operation and have a neater Kenya Defence Forces.
But they were still on ground, were they not? Okay, so they were still, that notwithstanding, whether they were in a support role, as you say, they were still on ground. Right?
They were, yeah.
And the term that we're going to use to having them removed from their base to this position is deployment.
Yes.
That's what it is,
yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So we're still saying that in that regard, it was still necessary to seek the approval of Parliament.
Yes.
The question is, though, with the drafters of Parliament, an emergency by definition does not give you time to prepare. Would this ever have been taken into consideration that there could come a time whereby Parliament could be in recess, other things could happen, an act of God could have occurred, and there was no time to seek the approval of Parliament, and then special circumstances would then be arrived at when this would happen?
So even with his explanation, like those are the questions. The questions you're asking me are the hard questions that we asked the minister. But even with this deployment, there were a lot of questions that still came in. Nonetheless, with the explanation, we took it that, we were not leading this operation. It's the police who are leading the operation. And we asked them that now we needed to regularize from Parliament so that even that deployment is within the Constitution and the spirit of the Constitution. it was brought into Parliament, and as a House, we resolved and proceeded to pass it. In fact, many people during that session, when it was tabled by the leader of majority, had even requested that Kenya Defence Forces be deployed and the police be recalled. Let me tell you what happens in the north that many people might not understand. There seems to be some bit of resistance to the police. They believe that the military, even during roadblocks, do not ask for tips and bribes. So they prefer to have the military than the police. So
there's higher trust for the military.
For the military.
Okay.
And members of parliament from within the North Rift even requested that, now let's do it proper and deploy them so that they just guard the area. And until now, there's relative stability, which, you've seen is happening. So we understand the pain that you guys have in asking those questions, the same questions that I asked. But be as it may, this is our country. We want peace. And whichever way we can achieve that peace without necessarily sticking so hard to the Constitution, so be it.
So in this particular instance, you took it in good faith.
We did it in good faith.
And you saw what was happening on the ground.
Absolutely.
How can you, as parliamentarians, guarantee no mischief from this or future administrations? That a future administration can actually use some incident somewhere and say, you know what, there is a threat to national security, the police are not capable to do this, the police needs the support of the military, and then unleash the military on the people. So there is maandamano for 7 weeks. And police now, wamemaliza tear gas, ile tear gas imebaki kwa barracks.
It's a recourse for impeachment if you breach the Constitution. It's extremely, extremely dangerous ground. It doesn't matter what situation you are in. You must stick to the Constitution. You will find a rogue president who will decide to unleash the military on its people unnecessarily. The benevolence of the Kenyan people is what was seen here, that there was support from the Kenyan people. The people were affected in the north, and that is why this one succeeded. It was spelled out, and if you read the Hansard and what came out from our debate in the House is that this should not happen again. Without involving Parliament.
So we're saying that there was no window of opportunity whereby futurely such a case would not occur. Because some of the sentiment that came out at the time was, if this can happen now, then it doesn't preclude it from happening in the future, right?
Yeah. The escape was that they were saying, no, we have not been deployed.
Okay.
We are simply supporting the police. And the police is leading in the command. Whether it is true or not.
If they had been deployed, what would we have seen that we're not seeing now?
Then they will have had to come to Parliament, first of all, to seek Parliament's approval before they could deploy.
But on the ground, how different would it be?
It would be very different.
So right now they are answering to the county commissioner or the regional police commissioner, right?
Yeah.
And if it was not
even
the case,
the budget is from the Kenya Police. We hardly spend much because this is not our budget.
Is the police fueling the military machinery vehicles or not?
That's their internal arrangement. But when we come and audit, then they will explain if they have spent from the Ministry of Defence.
Okay.
The questions are abound for one simple reason. Whenever you have an exceptional case such as the one we discussed, because of the exceptional circumstances, it opens a door.
Absolutely.
It's that door that one wants to guard against, because you don't know what else can walk through that door once it has been opened.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is what we wrote in our recommendation, that we've allowed this, but you must stick to the Constitution and the Kenya Defence Act so that there is no abuse in future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, in the next hour, like we said earlier, we'll be hosting the outgoing UK
I knew you were going there.
Kenya, right? And just, is it 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Your committee spearheaded the approval by Parliament of a defence cooperation agreement between Kenya and the UK that allows formally for their troops to be trained in this country. What else? What are the highlights of that defence cooperation agreement?
Oh, the journey to getting the defense and cooperation agreement is actually one of my highlights in my few months as being the chairman of defense committee. Let me tell you, there was serious reservation by Laikipia County. Petitions were sent. And there's a case, murder of Agnes Wanjiru, which my committee is not finished with. This lady Eric was brutally murdered, and her body was thrown into septic tank. Was only discovered two months later. This lady had a 5-month-old baby, and it's because it is believed that the officers that did this were officers who were training in Batuk, the officers from the UK Army. Unfortunately, we've not gotten far, and that was one of the impediments, because this Defence Cooperation Agreement came from the other parliament to this parliament. So there were those reservations. There was, environment degradation by the military, the Batuk officers also, Loldaiga, there's Loldaiga Hills, and many other petitions that we received. Defence Cooperation Agreements is a tool that is being used now to institutionalize defense cooperation agreements in nations. It is very important, Eric. But sometimes also it has to be a win-win situation, a quid pro quo situation, kind of. But at that point, we didn't feel that as a country, the defense cooperation agreement that lapsed had addressed our position fairly. Number one, so when this defense cooperation agreement was brought, mischievously, they dropped out murder as an offense that can be chargeable in our territory.
Who's they?
The UK.
The drafters.
Yeah, because it's the UK and Kenyan Defence Cooperation Agreement. So it came to us and we said, no, come on. These people have just killed Agnes Wanjiru. You're bringing another defence cooperation to say we sign and approve as a parliament, but you've not included murder. So it became a lot of diplomacy, trying to argue our case, and eventually we insisted that murder must be included in that defence cooperation agreement before we signed. This thing had been passed in the UK, so we've sent to the Ministry of Defence and say, you can only sign this agreement on condition that you have murder as that offence that can be tried within our soil.
How will you ensure that it's actually there?
No, it lapses if they don't. It is a condition. Yeah. And, unfortunately, with the constitution that we are in, and it's actually something to think on the standing orders, an agreement is sent to Parliament, and there are only two options. It's either you reject it with recommendations, or accept it. So we rejected with recommendations. It's something to look at, and in fact, defense cooperation agreement, any agreement that this country is going to sign in future, should not have the term that it has now. Sometimes you find some of these agreements are 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. Yeah. We should have it as a year.
Should agreement. Be renewed annually.
Yes, annually, so that if there are mischief and misgivings from the other party, we are able to handle. But nonetheless, let me tell you, we get a lot from this defense cooperation agreement between Kenya and the UK. Give the devil his due.
Number one.
They train our officers. There is, we have our naval officers. We do not have naval capabilities that the UK do have. Many of our officers go and train there. We have now about 7 officers from Kenya Navy who are training in the UK. We have our pilots. Many of them train in the UK. We have an exchange program that they give us old equipment. Military hardware that did not use is sent to the country for
the hand me down.
Yeah,
from the UK.
For us, they are new, so we take them graciously.
New or poorer relative.
And of course, there's when they come here into the country, they also improve on our local economy. In Nyanyuki, there's a lot of development. There's a lot of money exchange. It's a good relationship, but it has to be on a
mutually beneficial terms.
Do we have any such agreement with any other country?
We do. We're actually going to have one with Seychelles. We have with so many countries, different corporations, yeah. Okay. We're going to do one with Turkey. So many other countries are going to come in.
So with the signing of this agreement now as it is, are we going to see the officer who is suspected to have been involved in the murder of Agnes Wanjiru being repatriated, or what does it mean?
Absolutely. It is going to, in fact, it should have happened before. It is actually the Kenyan investigative agencies who have been very lax on finding out who the killers of Agnes Wanjiru were. It is a problem with the DCI. In fact, shortly we will be summoning the Director of Criminal Investigation to find out exactly what is happening with this case. That's never moved. We want them to be tried also. Part of the things that we want is for them to be tried here. You see, for Agnes Wanjiri's family, he cannot afford a ticket to go and see this trial being done in the UK. It's super expensive. So they were able to get away with that with the last cooperation agreement. With this one, they will be tried within our soil. So some of the benefits that we get from these cooperation agreements.
And this can only happen, of course, if our investigators are able.
Yeah, they have not done anything.
And to come to Kenya and to prove its murder case with a high threshold of beyond reasonable doubt.
Absolutely. Not even that. Let me tell you,
Does the agreement place any responsibility on the UK government to assist in investigations?
Absolutely.
And share all information?
Absolutely. It is very clear. They need to support us. In fact, if it is the officer, they need to hand over the officer to the Kenyan authorities for trial. That is exactly what it should be.
Okay. Does this also take into consideration the environmental issues that come as a result of some of these officers training here in Kenya?
Yes.
We have had the issue of mines
unexploded
ordnance left in the country.
Yeah.
We have young Kenyans who have been injured as a result of this.
Yeah.
Does this take that into consideration?
Yeah. Like I said, Loldaiga, there was a young boy also, 11-year-old, who was hit by an explosive, a leftover explosive. And we've said that wherever they are training, it is their responsibility if there is any degradation to the environment or there are whatever bombs or explosives that are left behind that is going to hit anyone from this country, there has to be compensation from them. Someone has to be held account for that.
Mheshimiwa, I want to ask this question. When we have these agreements, who is it on the Kenyan side, not the individuals, but who represent us in crafting, in negotiating these agreements?
It's the Ministry of Defense. It's the Minister, the PS, and the entire structure of the Ministry of Defense.
So do we have expert negotiators in matters of defense?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And do you have examples of negotiations that they've had that we can look at and say, they negotiated this well for the country and it was extremely beneficial for us?
Unfortunately, I'm new here in this committee, and this is the first one that's confronted me. But that's a homework. Yeah.
I want to go back quickly as we conclude the conversation to the issue of the North. And you've said several times, even the leaders from the North have said people trust the military more than they trust the police.
Mm-hmm.
Now, over the weekend, as the president was attending this prayer service in what was it?
In West Pokot.
In West Pokot.
Yeah.
He hinted at the building of camps, military camps in the area. What would that entail if you actually have military camps then now being set up in areas, in West Pokot, in the Kerio Valley?
You will appreciate, Eric, that this is an area that has been largely controlled by bandits. You have students who don't go to school. People have taken over schools as their hiding places for terrorism. To continue perpetuating this terrorism is just not fair to our stability. It is extremely risky to our stability. And I think, considering that the military has so far given it a relative stability, it is safe to continue having them. It's not it's a 60-year activity that these people have been doing. The only way to do it now is to build schools so that there is education. And after you've withdrawn, now they cannot do any further banditry, then the safest way to do is to teach them other practices that they can do of economic earning activities, and also schooling. So it is not just about being there and restoring peace and living. That is what the mistake that we've continued to do. Right now, it will be, like I said, you have to now drill boreholes for them to have access to water. You must do roads and make sure that there is continued harmony between these two communities that live.
Would that now have to be approved by Parliament?
It doesn't have to, because they already, if they now want to continue to stay there for long, of course, it will seek approval, because that means then that the military has been deployed. Yeah, has been deployed.
Okay. Yeah. Mheshimiwa, thank you very much for joining us today.
Oh, that was so short.
It's short, right? Come back.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure having you this morning, and we hope to have you again soon.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Nelson Koech is the MP for Belgut constituency and also the chairman chairman of the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, a crucial committee of the National Assembly. Keep it here for more. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is New to I'm Dennis Asato. New Life Prayer Center Pastor Ezekiel Odero will today know whether he will be released on bail or not, even as investigations into his involvement with Pastor Mackenzie continues. Pastor Ezekiel has reiterated that he has no relationship with Mackenzie and that he has only met him once during the negotiations to buy his divisional. According to court documents after meeting with Mackenzie, Ezekiel agreed to buy the TV station that was owned by Mackenzie for 3 million shillings plus a 500,000 shillings deposit. In addition, Ezekiel Odero claims that he wanted to buy the television station to reach more people in line with his plan to give charity by caring for the underprivileged in the society as well as sponsoring studies for poor children. Likewise, Odero has defended himself, saying that he was determined to completely change the television station because it does not agree with Mackenzie's teachings. The preacher has also dismissed claims that New Life Prayer Center owns a hospital and a mortuary. Meanwhile, 7 out of the 9 children whose bodies were exhumed from the Shakahola forest and later subjected to an autopsy died from starvation. Chief Government Pathologist Johansen Odor also says that 2 other children died from lack of oxygen. Odor further says that pathologists were unable to determine what caused the death of an adult whose body was part of the autopsies conducted, as it had stayed in the grave for a long time. Odor added that the identification of bodies through DNA is likely to take more than a month due to various factors such as the state of the bodies.
Once we get to know the relatives who have reported the missing, they're going to submit their DNA to the government chemist, so that now when you take samples from the deceased, this will be matched so that now we can know who belonged to who. So the process is ongoing concurrently. It will take time because DNA is not a process whereby you just match today and tomorrow you're going to say, voila, this is the test. It's a process. So it might not take 1 day or 2 days. It might even take 1 month or more.
Integrator CS Kithure Kindiki Newspart says they've set a deadline for completion of the exercise, which might take long due to various matters arising during the exercise.
And officially, the process of post-mortem examination of the bodies starts immediately. I am advised by the team leader here that that process is expected to take roughly a week. All going well, because again it's a process which is time bound, but of course other factors could arise which could delay, but that we don't expect to take more than 1 week.
At the same time, Kindiki says that they are also investigating whether body parts were used to traffic organs.
If any of our people have their organs missing, we'll tell the world. There is nothing we are hiding. That is the truth. And we'll have to find out why those organs are missing, who took them and where. And therefore, this is a long and protracted process of accountability. I'm just praying for patience as we go step by step.
Meanwhile, Azimio leader Raila Odinga has called on the National Assembly to come up with a committee that will investigate religious cults like the one in Shakahola. Raila also said there's need to inquire if the bodies found at the forest were murdered for organ trafficking purposes.
Parliament must swing into action, come up with a select committee and get to the roots of the cultic activities in the country and the abuse of religion for political gain. 13. Parliament must help us establish whether the deaths at Shakahola were acts of rogue pastors, human sacrifices, or body organ trade, and who the beneficiaries were.
He set cabs at a time when the Senate has formed a committee of 11 people to investigate the entire Shakahola saga and give a report within the next 30 days. Now, former CS Raphael Tuju can breathe a sigh of relief after the court halted the auction of his property, Dowry Restaurant, over 2.2 billion shillings debt. Tuju was granted a stay of proceedings by a 5-judge bench until the suit against the East African Development Bank is heard and determined. Dowry Limited, the former CS, and 5 other filed an appeal with the Supreme Court late last month challenging the property auction. Now, the Kenya National Private Security Workers Union has raised concerns over their working rights. Union Secretary General Crispinas Malabe says most of them have been stripped of their national IDs, making it hard for them to vote or even get bank loans. And gun battles and explosions again rocked Sudan's capital despite the latest truce formally agreed between the warring parties, as the United Nations warned of the humanitarian crisis had brought the country near its breaking point. The chaos and bloodshed, now in the third week, have sparked a mass exodus of tens of thousands of Sudanese to neighboring countries including Egypt, Chad and Central African Republic. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, traffic is not too bad this morning. You'll be hard-pressed to find a public service vehicle in certain parts of the city this morning, and so slow movement. Coming off Jogo Road, very little traffic, and very unusual for this part, or rather this time of day. So obviously folks are a bit wary about what might happen later or not. There's traffic coming off of Thika Superhighway. It's going to continue into the CBD this morning. It's heavy coming off James Gishuru going out towards Westlands, and then let's see what's coming off of Limuru Road, Kitisuru through to United Nations Avenue. Some traffic there. Ruaka is busy as well. All right, coming off Mombasa Road, we're looking at North Airport Road. It's busy going towards Outer Ring and then through towards the Eastern Bypass. That's what it looks like for now. Where are you this morning? Stuck anywhere? Let us know. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The only way to start your day. Welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room. Still live on Spice FM, on KTN Home, and on YouTube and Facebook. Our Facebook page is Spice FM, and our YouTube channel is also Spice FM. It's also the only place that we help you to own a home and begin your journey towards home ownership. Home ownership. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can use them interchangeably.
Home ownership.
Yeah.
Okay.
Home ownership. You can SMS the word Vipingo to 22365, or you can call 0740 400 215, and our good friends at Centum Real Estate will call you back. And they'll ask you, thank you very much for calling. How may I help you today? And you tell them, I heard on Spice FM that you are developing some beautiful houses down in Vipingo in Kilifi County. They say, oh, yes, we are. And you ask, I'd like to know more about them. They'll give you a lot of information, including all the benefits of actually owning a home or even living there. Number one, there's an airstrip nearby, just at Vipingo. There's a road that's being expanded into dual carriageway from Mombasa to Kilifi. So accessibility, very good. So now, even if you use an SGR and then you get off at Mariakani or Mombasa itself, you can use the Mariakani route into Kilifi, then into Vipingo. You can go to Mombasa, get into the island, out of the island, into Mtwapa, into Vipingo. You know, you can fly into Vipingo. There, you have a good community. Lovely children playgrounds, open green spaces, water being gotten straight from the ocean and being desalinated at their own plant and being supplied 24/7 into the estate. Power, they have absolutely good power supply and all those things. From as low as 1.98 million shillings, you can begin owning an apartment at Vipingo. So you need to do is pay a down payment of 10%, that's 198,000, and then the rest, vitu ni watu kuongea. So just tell them, situongee, and they will talk. So SMS the word Vipingo to 22365. Jane Marriott is the UK High Commissioner to Kenya. She's our guest this morning. She is on her way out. She'll be leaving next month after having spent 4 years in the country. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. I know you've been on this studio before.
I have. It's a great studio. I'm always slightly put off by the fact there's a TV screen where you can see yourself. But thankfully, I can only see you, Eric, on the TV screen.
Very good. Very good. It works well. Works well that way. So, welcome to the conversation. Just to welcome you, because of everything we're going to discuss this morning, CT has the day's proverb. This week's proverbs are from
Togo. Formerly known as Togoland.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the other week when we were talking about Côte d'Ivoire, I mentioned some of the names that these countries were known by prior to independence. Well, Togoland formed the group of geographical areas that were called as Slave Coast. Yes, Togo was known for the slave trade that took place within its borders.
So Togo was Slave Coast?
It's part of Slave Coast, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the capital?
Lome.
Okay.
Yes. It is one of the smallest countries on the continent. Smallest is Seychelles. Yes, but it's one of the smallest. Now, we always mention Kenya because Kenyans will ask, so if it's the smallest, what number are we? Well, we have 54 countries on the continent. Kenya is the 24th smallest. What should we say, 24th?
Largest.
Yes.
Geography or people?
Geography.
Okay.
Geographical size of the country. Okay, the proverb. You cannot look into a bottle with both eyes at the same time.
You cannot look into a bottle with both eyes at the same time. Even if the bottle doesn't have a neck.
Personally, I'd drink out of the bottle rather than look into it, but maybe that's just me.
What do you want to look into the bottle anyway? Just drink what's in there. What's your interpretation of this, High Commissioner, if you think what the Togolese were saying when coming up with this proverb?
I think it's probably a variation of the in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, or one-eyed woman, as I like to think of it as well. So, you can only ever see half the picture. Is my interpretation of it, but I'm prepared to be told off and told it's something else entirely. But I think you can never see all the picture all the time. You've only got your own perspective, you've only got your one eye in the bottle, and if you use your other eye, you might see something else. If you use both eyes, you may see something else.
There's always a limitation to what you see. Now, of course, the word sight is often used, it's synonymous with understanding. So do you see this? One often means, do you understand? But then, as Eric likes saying, this isn't an exam, so you're right.
Your interpretation is right.
Absolutely correct. It's your perspective, it's right.
And given that the whole saying is about there are multiple perspectives that you can't necessarily see, then we're all right.
Yes, some people tend to be wrong, but in this case, everyone is right.
High Commissioner, it's been 4 years, your tour of duty in the country. It was recently announced that you're leaving and the person who's going to replace you has already been announced. How have the 4 years been? What's your experience been like?
I'm going to say quick. It's where time does that weird thing where you're like, I feel as though I've been in Kenya forever in a really good way. But I also feel as though I only arrived yesterday and there's so much more that I would love to do and see. But unfortunately, 4 years is the maximum time limit that we're allowed to do. This is a very popular job in the British diplomatic service. So I know my successor, a wonderful man called Neil Wigan, who's currently our ambassador in Tel Aviv, fought off hard competition to get this job, as did I. So it's just been the most phenomenal experience. I will never, ever forget my 4 years in Kenya.
We asked this question among ourselves. Is there someone we can talk to so that you can stay a little longer?
Oh, yes, please. I would love that. Maybe the president could have a quick word with King Charles if they see each other at the coronation.
Well, the president we can talk to. If you give us direct line to the king, we could also call him and have a word with him.
Namesakes on
He'll call him Charles. It's Charles.
This is Charles.
I reckon he's a Charlie to his friends.
Yeah. So this is Charlie from Nairobi.
Your Excellency,
Charlie to Charlie.
Charlie to Charlie. When you came to Kenya, you clearly had an idea of what you wanted to see done. And you probably had a very clear idea of how you wanted to see it done.
Yeah.
Of course, the question is, 4 years down the line, how has that worked out?
I think like most things in life, some have worked out much better than you could ever have hoped for. Yes. And some things you kind of think, oh, that still feels like unfinished business. There's so much more I'd like to do. Or, you know, my God, COVID and all of the things related to that. Could not have predicted that, did not want that, and didn't go as well as anyone would have liked. But overall, I think I'm happy. So the main objective I had when I came here is that we talk about partnerships and equals, but it didn't feel like that to me. It felt as though the UK and Kenya still had this kind of post-colonial legacy. We talk about development and development partners, and I wanted to get a partnership of equals, which is why in January 2020 we got then President Kenyatta and then Prime Minister Johnson to agree and launch something called a strategic partnership. And my vision there was that it was genuinely a 50-50 partnership, a win that played to both of our interests, because I'm a very big believer in diplomacy being a win-win for both parties. I mean, sometimes things are zero-sum when it comes to territory or values, but actually for 90% of things related to diplomacy in our country's interests, there's a huge overlap. So my aim was to kind of really go, okay, where's the win for Kenya and for the UK? And let's focus on those in a sort of equal partnership of brothers and sisters.
For you to change that, what you saw as a perception then, that it appeared that it wasn't an equal relationship, right? It meant that the UK needed to compromise on some things, so then Kenya can gain on some, so it comes to 50-50. Yeah. What was it that you felt that the UK needed to compromise on?
So actually, I think we did have an equal partnership. We're one of the few countries that's got an equal balance of trade, for example. But it's the language that we used and the way in which we approached it. And I saw this a bit within some of the language that we came out of us and came out of the High Commission. And it was about, we're working with Kenya on development. I mean, yes, we are, but things like climate change, Kenya didn't cause climate change. So it's not that we're helping Kenya develop. It's that we're in many ways balancing out for what has been done to Kenya by forces beyond its control, including the West's industrialisation. So for me, this was really about changing how we have the conversation and that we go in as equals.
Sure. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I realise that the language then that we use often is a result of the belief that one has. Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah. So it would have to be a little bit more than that, so that even when we talk about all of these conversations that are being had futurely, or even one of the present conversations now, in terms of, the agreement signed between Kenya and the UK, or the agreements that's been discussed about UK's defence forces training here. Yeah. An inherent belief then fuels the language that you use, especially when you're coming to discuss some of these agreements. So do you see that there's a lifting on some of these biases that, are existing then when it comes from a country in the West dealing with a country in the global South, or North dealing with the South? Have those changed? Because if they haven't, you can't have an honest conversation about a current agreement. Yeah, no, I think some of the fundamentals have changed. And one of the things that we've really seen with BATEC, for example, the UK training base up in Laikipia, is that, a few years ago, that was just British soldiers coming here. Now it's British and Kenyan soldiers training together for a lot of it. So 500 soldiers are trained through there. 500 Kenyans are employed up there. 46 million shillings has gone into the local economy. And I'd love to see that being more of a UK-Kenya training base, including for troops in the region, and having it as more of a Kenya also sharing its expertise. Because I look around this region, and it's true that you can't choose your family, and you also can't choose your region. You've got them for good and for bad, and Kenya's got some great neighbours, and it's got some neighbours who are struggling. I mean, look at what's happening in Sudan, and Kenya is the main anchor of stability in this region. So we want to work with Kenya to help enhance that stability and help it export that stability to the rest of the region. Do you think perceptions are changing? Do you think perceptions have changed in terms of then, based on what you're saying? So here, and in some cases, it will be based on the individual. Yourself now, who believes that development is beyond just, or diplomacy is beyond just having a conversation, but it needs to go deeper into what will actually happen. Yeah. Do you think perceptions are changing beyond an individual like Jane Marriott, who's here?
I think they are, but everything is iterative and everything is slow, and you always get people who are sort of moving more quickly and some people who are moving more slowly when it comes to change, whether you're talking about substance or about the language. So I think we're moving in the right direction. And I was really struck by President Ruto's words at the weekend. It was the Mo Ibrahim governance weekend. So there were lots of, big hitters from across this continent in town. I had a minister came out from the UK because, and I think he was, the EU also sent a senior official, but I think we were the only one who sent a minister. The Archbishop of Canterbury also came, because we want to be in a room where Africans are having conversations with Africans to see what that looks like and how can we contribute. And President Ruto said something very powerful, which is that, forever, and the UK is guilty of this as well, we will have a conference where, it's Africa hyphen the name of a country.
Yeah.
And President Ruto said, no, enough is enough. You come to us. More visits from, Western countries, China, etc. He didn't go into that level of detail, but he meant, sort of more foreigners coming to different countries in Africa, and don't treat us as if, one country can meet with 54 countries, as if that's a partnership and as if that's equal. And I 100% agree with him on that. Mm-hmm. I think it's a relic of a different mindset that I think is shifting. Mm-hmm. Not as quickly as I think we'd all like, but it is shifting.
It's moving somewhere. For a long time, aid has been used as one of those tools for this particular conversation that we're having. So because of the aid that we're giving a certain country, then we also come in and say, we want to put in some conditions on democracy, and our view of democracy is what we want to see implemented in your country. Our view of human rights is what we want to see implemented in your country. Now, of course, as the High Commissioner, you've also been directly in control or in charge of FCDO, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Organization, which is now the aid arm of the government. How different have you handled this from how it's been handled previously or historically?
So first of all, UK aid doesn't have conditionality. So when we are discussing where we can best do that aid investment, it isn't you can have money to do X if you do Y. We very deliberately don't have that approach to aid, which personally I'm a very big fan of. What I think the merger between DFID, the UK's development agency, and the Foreign Office into this merged FCDO body is that actually we've become more I think it's made Foreign Office people more aware of the importance of development partnerships, and it's also made the development partnerships more aware of the political environment, because sometimes there could be a little bit of naivety when it came to aid. But crucially for a country like Kenya, and it gets back, Lou, to your point around content change as well as language change, is that Kenya is not really a country where there is a high degree of aid, because Kenya is a thriving, prosperous, low middle income country. Yes, you've got such challenges with the drought in the northeast, but what we really want, and what I've really tried to focus on here, is trade, not aid. So trade that is mutually beneficial to our countries. We saw the great announcement in the margins of COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh between President Ruto and our third Prime Minister of the year, Rishi Sunak, around sort of 500 billion shilling, for clean green infrastructure and energy projects. So that's kind of using UK development money. So it's not aid, but it's development investment to help do something that Kenya believes in, i.e. clean green energy, and we believe in and the world needs. So that's where I see those kind of triple wins: a win for Kenya, win for the UK, win for the world. We do still have sort of aid and development supporting sort of maternal health care, nutrition, hunger safety net food programs, so cash transfers for the poorest in society that we do with the government of Kenya. But I want to see a future where Kenya doesn't need that, because there are so many other countries that need that support. And in a world with climate change, the demand is getting greater, but the amount of money out there is getting smaller. So we need to do this differently, and I think Kenya is at the forefront of that.
You say that when it comes to aid, the UK does not have any conditionalities.
Yeah.
But then there's certainly expectations. One of your predecessors is famous for the quote, "We give you and then you've been vomiting on our shoes."
Yes.
Of course, that means that there were expectations. We expect you to behave in a certain way or to do certain things. Now, how do you balance that out? How do you say on one hand that, because we give you, we expect, but we're not putting any conditions?
Yeah, so Edward Clay, our former High Commissioner, which are known colloquially as the Vomit 1 and Vomit 2 speeches, which is very evocative. Sorry for those of you still having breakfast. They were, 15, 16 years ago now that he made those statements. So that there isn't conditionality on the aid, but I would like to think that we are supporting the aspirations of most Kenyans through that. So, in recent years, we've continued to support institutions, including around the elections. So supporting institutions to help deliver free, fair, credible, peaceful elections. Now, there's obviously different views out there on this, but our role was always about supporting the institutions. It's never about supporting individuals, because I think with those institutions, with your own transparency and accountability of Kenyans by Kenyans for Kenyans, for me, that's a great thing to support. But that's not saying do this for us.
Right.
It's, we'd like to help you. What do you need to do it for yourselves? And that's where we've been coming in.
Now that you walked into the elections, let's get right there into it. So the last general election, 2022, you were in the country, you saw what was happening. You, of course, are among the various envoys in the country who expressed their views on the conduct of the election, the outcome of the election, and everything around it. Of course, the opposition is not happy. And among the countries that have been mentioned in passing or directly by the opposition is the UK.
Yeah.
That you are involved in doing things that the opposition is not happy, and they feel that sort of you are leaning more towards the Kenya Kwanza side and hoping that they win, and you were happy that they won by either contributing directly or indirectly. Did you play a role in the elections?
I think the UK and I personally played a role in supporting the institutions in the elections. At no point did we support any particular side. I spent as much time and in fact tried to balance it out very clearly that if I met candidate Ruto, I'd try and meet candidate Raila. With my teams, I sort of said, look, go and meet the Kenya Kwanza team and go and meet the Azimio team, and make those contacts so that whoever gets into government, we have good relations with them. We've had discussions on different sort of policy areas and things like that. And in fact, I even went as far as cancelling some meetings with Kenya Kwanza because we hadn't been able to balance it up with meetings with Azimio on the other side. So, there's perception and there's reality. And I am happy that we supported institutions in a neutral way.
And I think, High Commissioner, that's where the issue is.
Yeah.
All right? That in this support of the institution, you also pressed the institution to go a certain route and a certain direction.
No.
So what do you respond to this directly? Because the accusation has been that you are among those that were pushing Chebukati to declare the winner, even when there was contention on who the winner could be.
Yeah. I'd never had that conversation with Mr. Chebukati, and it's amazing all the number of people who think they conversations that I have had that never actually happened. So, I was down at the Bomas, as were many people. I saw Mr. Chebukati. I remember we spent about an hour together one day because the election results hadn't started coming in yet. And actually he was a bit bored. And so we did just kind of, spitball, what's going on. We deliberately didn't get into who do you think is winning. We talked about things like how long do you think it will take for the results to come through? When do you think you might be able to declare the results? But we were very, very careful, both of us, because I remember one slightly awkward exchange on another one where I said to him, and I remember explicitly saying, I know you can't tell me who has won, but do you know who has won? And I think that, I can't remember exactly when that was. And he said, no, not yet, because we still haven't got all the forms in. And that was probably as close as we got to a conversation about who had won.
Why was it necessary for you to make a statement thereafter that you had no involvement in terms of, who did or didn't win, or that you did not push institutions in a certain manner?
So we've tried to avoid unilateral statements. Myself and the Danish ambassador co-chair something called the Governance Group, which is an informal group of internationals who are sort of interested in Kenyan politics, and would get together informally to talk about which what was happening with the elections. We were concerned about the IEBC and whether it had had the right technical capacity building and support to be able to deliver the elections, particularly as there was a strong steer from government, not to go anywhere near it. But at the same time, the IBC was coming to us and saying we collectively, we need technical capacity building. But at no point did we or anybody else put funding directly into the IBC.
Okay, let's take a break at this point and then we'll continue the conversation shortly. It's 8:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. This morning we are hosting Jane Marriott. She is the UK High Commissioner to Kenya. She's been in the country for 4 years. She will be leaving next month. So we are calling this the exit interview. The High Commissioner giving us the experience that she's had in the country and also us asking her a couple of questions on the relationship between Kenya and the UK before she came in, now that she's here, and where we hope to see it going forward. Give it here for more. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo. You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's a land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The sun is coming up in Nairobi at 16:15 now. We'll see highs of 21 and we'll see highs of 23 in a mostly sunny Nakuru at 17. It's sunny at 15 in Nyeri, highs of 23 and highs of 22 in a sunny Eldoret at 16. At 26, Mombasa is mostly cloudy and at 27, mostly cloudy in Malindi. It's partly sunny at 19 in Kisumu with good highs of 26 and we'll see highs of 26 as well. Partly cloudy, Kakamega. At 18, it's mostly sunny in Kampala, going to highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 29 in Dar es Salaam, currently at 25. At 14, Johannesburg is mostly sunny, highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 32 in a partly cloudy Lagos at 25. At 23, Kinshasa is mostly cloudy, it goes to highs of 31, back down to lows of 23.
Spice up your life.
So Mombasa Road, looking at the Maradaima turnoff, traffic is backed up towards the General Motors underpass, and that's because police have cordoned on part of that street because of I don't know what to call it now, Mandamano protests, etc. So there's traffic on Mombasa Road, and that's outbound traffic. A little bit of that will be inbound in a while because it will affect those ongoings. Let's look at other parts of the city into the city centre coming off Mombasa Road. Previously didn't look too, rather off the Thika Superhighway, previously didn't look too bad. We're still seeing that you'll be able to get into town without too much of an issue in and out of the CBD in quick time. Lunga Lunga is busy. Jogo Road is not, through towards Landis Road and then out towards the Kamkunji roundabout. We're looking at some traffic on North Airport Road, heavy actually, and it's going to connect with Outer Ring and then out towards the Eastern Bypass. Apart from that, you probably get into and out of the city in record time. Let's keep an eye on things, what's going on where you are. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The conversation continues with Jane Marriott, the UK High Commissioner to Kenya, 4 years in the country, and you're looking back into everything that happened. We were just talking about, the conversation around the election and even after the election, and of course that direct mention of yourself by some political players that you are involved in even manipulating or the election or interfering with the Electoral Commission?
I wish we still had those powers, but we don't, and it's right that we don't. No, there was absolutely no interference whatsoever. And actually, I was talking to all the main players throughout. There wasn't a point when we weren't in regular touch with players from across the sides.
Do you think it would help tremendously if, say, foreign missions into the country took a little more time in explaining what they actually do and how they do it? You, for instance, are in the media fairly often, so it's something I get the impression you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So people have an idea what you do because there's visibility.
Yeah.
There is news about what you do.
Yeah.
Now, when one talks, this is a two-pronged question that I'm going to ask here. When one talks about aid and assistance, if, say, the Japanese give us aid, the Japanese, whenever Colonial is here, they colonize Korea and some other places in their neck of the woods. Would one be wrong in assuming that some of the assistance is a form of quiet reparation? There's a feeling that perhaps we didn't do right by these people, so we need to give them a little helping hand, and maybe our relationship with them in an earlier time benefited us, and maybe some of that benefit should go back to them. That's
prong one, part one of your question.
Yes, that's the perspective one. Now, perspective two is whenever assistance is given, how much consideration is given to what people feel is needed than what they actually need?
Yeah.
So that's prong two.
So I think, look, the UK has a complicated relationship with Kenya and many other countries. I think there is a shared history. A lot of it not good on the part of the UK, and the government has recognised that and the treatment that happened at the hands of the UK in the past. But I think there is also a understandable paranoia, but nonetheless a paranoia about things, therefore, that the UK does. Actually we were, I was one of the more active ambassadors, but we moved in a group, and there's several other ambassadors as well who were also active in supporting the institutions and on the election. But I think it's understandable that there is a focus on the UK because of the past that we have together. And when it comes to development, I think in some ways there is a sense of supporting a country that we have done wrong to in the past, and trying to get it, and what I'm trying to get it on, and I hope I've gone some way in my 4 years here of getting it onto a next phase in our relationship. So we have done wrong. We have supported with development aid. Kenya is a thriving country, and actually also at the Mo Ibrahim event this weekend, there were a couple of speakers who were saying, look, we can't blame everything that's gone wrong in our country on the fact that we were colonised. We have to take responsibility for ourselves as well. An African can say that. I can quote an African saying that. I can't say that myself.
Why not?
Because I think it comes across as patronising.
Indeed, it does.
And it abrogates responsibility for what we did do, if I say it. Actually, so I don't think I can say it, but I can quote. You
can say C.T. Muga said this.
Exactly.
And I agree with him.
Well,
exactly.
C.T. Muga is about to say something else. You get to the heart of the matter, because whenever there's a history such as the one you allude to, there's discomfort in discussing certain aspects of that relationship. And so long as there's that discomfort, then the truth sometimes may suffer at that altar. And suffer and the real, when truth suffers, then the loss is far greater than we realize. This is what I mean. There is absolutely nothing wrong in a country providing assistance and benefit from it as well. Because human nature being what it is, we tend to gravitate towards things that give us some benefit. It may not be material, but it offers us something that we consider. It could be psychological, but it's something that we consider useful. Okay? And the more one does is often motivated by that factor, that someone can see and understand. Okay? Even if it's going to give you a good image, whatever it is. Now, the beneficiaries, the problem is not in them receiving the benefit, but in them considering it is as their right and then being dependent on it.
Yes.
Now, so the conversation of help is not an honest conversation if the dependency factor isn't brought into the discussion, because sometimes one gets the impression that aid is given specifically with that as an unspoken matter in mind, so that one doesn't quite let go of, yes.
So I completely see where you're coming from, and I think one of the things that we've got better at doing with development projects over the years is doing them with people, whether that's the national government, the county government. There's an awful lot of community consultation on the ground, and I think now we're pretty good at doing this. What we're less good at doing, and I think this is one of the benefits of merging the aid agency and the Foreign Office together, is that we don't always really understand if we're being played by different interests on the ground. And so sometimes you can do what you think is the right thing. You've done the community consultation, but there are interests out there that maybe one hasn't understood properly, and therefore you end up doing the right thing by some people and the wrong thing by others.
Absolutely. Okay, I want to go back to Batik for a minute.
Yeah.
These are conversations that are being had today.
Yeah.
It still weaves in with what we're talking about, that if we're going to use the language, it's going to come from inherent belief.
Yes.
So Kenya and the UK are discussing the future of the training of British troops in Kenya.
Yep.
We can't run away from this Agnes Wanjiru story that hangs in the air. The Daily Mail a year ago, the headline is, a British soldier accused of fatally stabbing a Kenyan prostitute.
Hairdresser.
Prostitute is the word they used.
Yeah.
Now,
she was a hairdresser.
Yeah.
And,
so you can imagine a media outlet like that, that's read all over the world, is giving a sense of what is truly believed about a situation that is heavy when it comes to the future of British troops in the country.
Yeah.
And so the question is, if these two countries go into this agreement, what is the safety net that is being put in place for Kenyan civilians, for children, for the environment? What is the overarching attitude, UK to Kenya, when a murder case like this yet to be solved, there doesn't seem to be really any desire to get it sorted? How do all these things marry? And we're still saying, go ahead and have the relationship and everything is going to be fine.
So I think the DCA, the Defence Cooperation Agreement, actually regulates a lot of this stuff. But what I think has been misunderstood is that Kenyan police have primacy in murder cases that are, when the soldiers are off duty. So when Agnes Wanjiru was brutally murdered in 2012, and the evidence points in one way, but there needs to be a trial, there needs to be a prosecution, justice needs to be served, and I've fought very hard, mainly behind the scenes, to try and get some justice for Agnes. And her family deserve to know the truth. Her daughter deserves to know the truth about what happened. But back in 2012, it was a Kenyan prosecution lead, and even under the Defence Cooperation Agreement, it's a Kenyan prosecution lead. So we have been working hard to help the Kenyans with their investigations into this. It is all legal cases take much, much longer than anyone has ever wanted. But actually, I think it was when the Sunday Times rebroke the story in 2021 that both the UK and Kenya put more of a focus on trying to find out what happened and trying to get this to trial. So it's one of the things I will still very much be keeping an eye on, even when I'm no longer based in Kenya. There are steps going on behind the scenes to question the witnesses. As with all these things, it's never straightforward in terms of jurisdictions and questioning and things like that, and legal matters. But I'm convinced that we will get there one day, and I passionately want to get there, because there is a 21-year-old hairdresser who was murdered in Laikipia in 2012, and no one knows exactly who did it, and no one has paid for that. And somebody needs to pay for that.
Whenever we have such discussions, I get the feeling, and such discussions mean talking to an ambassador such as yourself, that you understand the circumstances under which you work and you understand the things you need to do. When you communicate with your headquarters, Whitehall, is it?
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the challenges you have in getting them to understand what it is that you understand?
Oh, bandwidth is a big one. Bandwidth. But I have to say, in Whitehall, and it is some of those colonial connections. It is some of the history that we have together. There is an affinity and a fondness for Kenya in our House of Commons, in our House of Lords, in our government that is actually very, very rare. So I have taken shameless advantage of that while I've been ambassador to encourage, and I'm hoping we'll have some more high-profile visits after I've gone that I've been working on. And playing into sort of President Ruto's thing of, no, you guys come here as well as us going to you. It has to be both ways. And I think we've kept up that steady drumbeat of senior UK visitors to Kenya. So I've probably had more opportunities than many to be able to take a senior official or a minister to one side and say, hey, this is what's really happening, and this is how we're really seeing things on the ground. David Lammy, who's the shadow foreign secretary, so Labour's shadow foreign secretary, our political party that's in opposition, was here last week. The UK's got general elections in sometime in the next 18 months or so. If the government wins, then he'll remain the shadow. If Labour wins, he will potentially become the foreign secretary. So it was great that he was interested enough to come to Kenya as a shadow foreign secretary, and we had a couple of days just kind of talking through, what are the issues, what's the relationship, what's that bandwidth. So would I like more bandwidth? Would I like more investment money from the UK to Kenya? Absolutely. But actually, I think we do disproportionately well. And my colleagues are always really annoyed with me, which I have to be careful for. So back in the Africa Investment Summit in 2020, Prime Minister Johnson gave a speech. And I think he referenced Kenya 5 times in his speech. No other country on this continent got more than, I think, 1, maybe 2 references. So all of my fellow ambassadors and high commissioners were like, that's not fair. Why does Kenya get so much attention? And I'm like, that's because Kenya's great. And yes, I am biased.
Because you're there. There are several positive things that have taken place in the last 4 years while you're here. We'll conclude with those. For example, we'll talk about the talk between our president and Rishi Sunak on climate. They talk about the railway city and what's going to happen with the development of the railway city, the economic partnership agreement that's been signed, the defense cooperation agreement, Kenyans going to work in the UK. I want to go about 60 years back. Okay, and the issue of the colonial legacy of the country. Of course, your country, because of where it played for many years as a colonial master, has faced this question before. How much responsibility does the UK government take for its actions in the colonial days? What does that mean? Does it mean demanding an apology? Does it mean coming with reparation? Does it mean coming with compensation? Now, our speech was given by the then Foreign Secretary William Hague in your parliament in 2013 with regards to Kenya. And that was when the case of the Mau Mau people had gone there. And he said, the British government recognizes that Kenyans were subject to torture and other forms of ill treatment at the hands of the colonial administration. The British government sincerely regrets that these abuses took place and that they marked Kenya's progress towards independence. Torture and ill treatment are abhorrent violations of human dignity, which we unreservedly condemn. So that's the government acknowledging, the government expressing regret. I don't know whether that amounts to an apology or not. I'll ask you that question. He went on to talk about the kind of agreement that had been reached with regards to a court case that had been filed in the UK. However, he ended up by saying, we continue to deny liability on behalf of the government and British taxpayers today for the actions of the colonial administration in respect of the claims, and indeed the courts have made no finding of liability against the government in this case. We do not believe that claims relating to events that occurred overseas outside direct British jurisdiction more than 50 years ago can be resolved satisfactorily through the courts without the testimony of key witnesses that is no longer available. It's therefore right that the government has defended this case to this point since 2009. What does that mean?
So there's a sort of realpolitik that goes off on this. I think pretty much every Prime Minister has had a submission, so a sort of written note and advice from officials across their desks that goes, look, when we had an empire, we did horrible things, and we should admit liability and compensation. And then you kind of get into the maths and you realise that if you open the door for one part of compensation, which in and of itself is entirely justifiable, then you open the door to trillions of pounds, dollars, never mind shillings worth of liability. So I think the more pragmatic and realpolitik approach that the UK has done is to find a formula that admits responsibility but doesn't leave open-ended compensation, but that in specific cases where we can, some sort of settlements are made. So in that case was the out-of-court settlement of about 3 billion shillings, $19.9 million pounds, to compensate the 5,228 Kenyans who had put in claims as part of that Mao settlement. Now, I understand it's come to light subsequently that not everybody put claims in, but that claim process was a Kenyan-run process over which the UK had no control. So, to my mind, we have opened up that opportunity for a settlement. We have given that compensation, but it was a Kenyan-led process around the settlement and the funding and the disbursement of those funds.
But there's been a push globally for the UK government to apologise to the people of the countries. And that hasn't been forthcoming. For example, in this particular one, there's an acknowledgement of what happened. There's regret being expressed, but no apology.
So an apology, or the words "I'm sorry," have got legal connotations that leave one open to unlimited compensation claims. And that's why, and I don't think anyone likes it actually. I have a strong feeling that certainly I would like to use the words apologise and sorry. And I think our ministers, I can't put words into their mouths, but I think on a human basis, they would like to do that as well. But because of the legal liabilities, we sort of dance around it with this formula about expressing regret, which doesn't feel enough, right? It really doesn't feel enough. I regret that bad thing happened to you is very different from I'm really sorry that I caused that bad thing to happen to you.
The Germans had that dance as well with Namibia.
Yeah.
And they put a certain euro figure to it.
Yeah.
1.1 billion.
Yeah.
Now, what we read and what is discussed and what is agreed upon.
Yeah.
The Germans said they'd pay this over 30 years in development and what have you.
Yeah.
But are these discussions ever complete if the people who actually felt were wronged are not part of that discussion?
Yeah.
Because, yes, people talk money because it's assumed that's what you'd get.
Yeah.
But are there other things that could be done that one would willingly receive, but that you can only know if they are spoken to? Yes, those who are harmed by the activities of the colonial government, then many of them have died, if not all of them, but they do have children and they do have grandchildren and they do have family members who still remember. So it's not a discussion that cannot be had. It can be had.
Yeah. And I'd like to see more of that. And actually, when I arrived, I sort of approached figures in the government and said, look, I'd like to have a conversation about this because I, as a human being, as well as then Her Majesty's representative, I think there are discussions that we need to have. I don't feel as though the conversation is finished. So if I feel that, then the people who have been directly affected are not going to feel that. And interestingly, I was warned by a senior government figure who said, Jane, what are you trying to get out of this? He said to me. And I said, what do you mean, what am I trying to get out of this? He said, well, what do you want? And I said, well, I suppose I want to right some historical injustices. And he was like, just don't go there, Jane. Do not open this can of worms. And whatever you do, don't talk about land, because Kenyan on Kenyan land issues is actually an even bigger issue than colonial Kenyan issues when it comes to land. He said, don't open that can of worms. We won't forgive you if you do that. But I have, so with my team, we've attempted to develop a matrix, because we do love our documents as bureaucrats, that are looking at the issues of the colonial legacy. Now, we've not got as far as I wanted to, because we had sort of COVID first hitting, and then, of course, the elections, which has taken up so much bandwidth, including sort of time of my staff. But I hope to hand over to my successor a good set of recommendations on probably avoiding the land issue, because no good comes in Kenya of discussing land issues. It gets very complicated. But are there other things we can do, particularly around artefacts, for example? Are there things we can do in terms of dialogues and conversations? And one of the things that I had hoped to do, but I'm leaving post a couple of months earlier to take up a new ambassadorship, that I wanted to be able to sit down with some of these families, but we've just not had time to do the preparation work that we would need to do to have those conversations. But I think there's more that we can do.
Do you really honestly think that we are actually helping ourselves move forward by avoiding discussing the land issue in this country? You see, discussing is just discussing.
Yeah.
If there's a problem, it exists. Now, does not discussing it make it go away, or does it just help it linger somewhere in a dark corner waiting to jump on someone at some point, and in a form that you cannot then manage or control?
So I can't reveal my sources in government who said that, but that's a conversation you should definitely have with them.
Yes. The reason why I asked the question is back to what I said earlier on about the truth and how we sacrifice the truth at a great cost.
Yeah.
Yes, the truth in its bare sense may be a bit bothersome to deal with, but it doesn't mean that ways can't be found around it so that the issue itself can actually be discussed.
Yeah.
The UK has issues with Scotland, Ireland, land issue, sovereignty. Discussions are always ongoing. There's always talks of referendum, and people keep moving. So this isn't something that I would argue the UK is new to, given how vast Her Majesty's kingdom was.
Yeah. So look, I'm open to having those discussions. As I say, it was somebody in the previous government who said, please don't do it. It'll be worse for us if that conversation happens. But look, I'm from Yorkshire, which is a part of England that is known for its blunt speaking. So I would like to have these conversations. I think these conversations need to be had, and I hope that I've laid enough groundwork that I wish I'd been able to lay the groundwork and have the conversations myself. But between COVID and the elections bandwidth, we've not been able to achieve. That goes back to your earlier question about, what are the things that you haven't achieved, or what have you done well and what have you not done as well as you would like. If we hadn't had COVID, if we hadn't had a lot of these other bandwidth issues, I would like to have been able to get our work thought through on handling some of these issues that then enabled us to go and have conversations with the families and conversations with the people who are still living with this legacy.
The delightful individual who's taking over from you, if you were to advise him in the quiet corridors of your residence, and you were talking to him about the Kenyan people, what would you tell him? What would you say? What sort of people are we?
Oh God, you're just trying to get me into trouble, Charles, aren't you? Because no matter what I say on this one. So look, I've just loved being here so much, because the Kenyans that I have encountered, and one can't stereotype, we can't say all Kenyans are like this, all British are like this, all Americans are like this. But I would say the Kenyans that I have met have been wonderful, friendly, challenging in a good way, encounters as a friendly, hospitable people that I've been absolutely delighted to work with.
Okay.
You happy with that?
No, this isn't.
That sounds like it's you.
No.
She's talking about City Muga.
She's talking about the people she's met. She's only met me today.
Well, you seem very charming, but also asking difficult questions, and that's where I like to kind of pitch the conversation, because I'm a big believer that you can be you can be friends with someone, and it's your closest friends who ask you the difficult questions. It's your closest friend who tells it that you look terrible in that dress, and it's someone who's trying to please you that tells you look amazing in it when you don't. So one of the things I like about Kenya is the ability to have those challenging conversations, but from a spirit of friendship and shared partnership. And I think that's really powerful. And it's, of the sort of 7 different countries I've worked in and lived in, this is the strongest. This has been the place where I see more opportunities. I look at Kenya and, yes, there are, 4.6 million people who are struggling to have enough to eat. And that needs support and help and working with the government on that. But Kenya is a vibrant, exciting society. There is always something happening, and the opportunities Kenya has to lead itself, the continent, the world, are absolutely phenomenal. And I see that with the climate change conference, so COP28, that's happening in the UAE in November. The fact that President Ruto is getting together African leaders before that in September to kind of go, guys, Global South is not punching at its weight here. This continent is not punching at its weight. We're getting a less than good deal, and our voice isn't properly being heard. And he is organising that voice to be heard properly. And I think that's incredibly powerful, and more of it, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jane Marriott, UK High Commissioner to Kenya. Thank you very much for visiting us today. And we wish you all the best in your next posting.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. The conversation continues into the final hour. Good morning, a minute after 9. Time for the news.
Contacts so that whoever gets into government, we have good relations with them.
She says she never contacted the former IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati, as has been alleged.
I've never had that conversation with Mr. Chebukati, and it's amazing all the number of people who think conversations that I have had that never actually happened. So, I was down at the Bomas, as were many people. I saw Mr. Chebukati. I remember we spent about an hour together one day because the election results hadn't started coming in yet. And actually, he was a bit bored. And so we did just kind of, spitball, what's going on. We deliberately didn't get into who do you think is winning.
The statement comes at a time when Azimio leader Raila Odinga has been claiming that some countries such as the United Kingdom supported Ruto's candidature. And GSU officers are stationed in some parts of Nairobi in readiness for the Azimio protest. According to security operators, have declared illegal roadblocks have also been set up on all roads leading to State House, with presence of police officers evident on several roads such as Dennis Street. Meanwhile, in Kisumu, protesters have already started going to the streets. This as ICTCS Eliud Owalo has reiterated President William Ruto's development agenda for the Nyanza region remains on course. Speaking in Siaya County, the CS said Ruto's administration was determined to change the Nyanza narrative through development to empower residents of Nyanza economically. Owalo said the president has his eyes on turning around agricultural production as the number one priority. Now, in recent times, there have been rising concerns by conservationists about diminishing water levels at Lake Olbolosat, which threatens to drain the life of the lake. Lying 7,600 feet above sea level and below the spectacular Badea mountain ranges, the lake is completely dry. The lake has been losing surface water for decades, passing from 43.3 kilometers squared in the 1990s to the current less than 5 kilometers squared. It supplies water to Thompson Falls in Nyahururu and the Ewaso Nyiro River, supporting a large population of people, livestock and wildlife downstream. Due to encroachment from the rapidly increasing population in the area, the lake is shrinking as a result of silting, invasion of wetlands by humans, drilling of many boreholes in the catchment areas, and invasion by large herds of domestic cattle and other wildlife dependent on the lake. Now, angry residents Monday evening vandalized the property of embattled preacher Paul Mackenzie in Malindi Town, Kilifi County. The residents stormed the premises minutes to 7 p.m, bringing down the perimeter wall and the gate to Mackenzie's Good News International Church premises. It is believed that police officers had earlier arrived at the premises in the company of Mackenzie, who is in police custody, a move that angered the residents, prompting the uproar. Malindi human rights activist Victor Kaudo condemned the incident, saying that residents should not take the law into their hands but wait for the judicial process to take place. And police in Narok County are investigating the murder of a first-year Masai Mara University female student whose body was found lying in a bush a few meters from the university. The deceased, identified as Ada Nyambura Ameru, had been reported missing Sunday by a 23-year-old boyfriend, Brian Kimutai. According to Nakuru County Police Commander John Kizito, the deceased has gone missing Saturday night while at a nightclub, as reported by the boyfriend. Now, Kenya and the United States have held talks over the situation in Sudan. President William Ruto and U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken discussed ways to end the crisis. Ruto thanked the U.S. and Saudi Arabia for their help in negotiating a ceasefire. He said Kenya would focus its efforts on alleviating the humanitarian crisis. The president had earlier held talks with UN agencies and other humanitarian organizations on delivering food, water and medicine to the people in Sudan. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so folks are complaining about what's going on Mombasa Road, and we're seeing that that turn off towards the Maritime is going to be a bit of a headache, with parts of the road having already been blocked off. The police on the road, heavy presence there, stone throwing and all sorts of hot stuff happening, fires, etc. Look, that's just that part of the city. Let's see what's going on the other side of things. We have some traffic then into the city coming off the Pangani underpass, but really apart from that, everything is quiet. A lot of folks staying out of the city this morning. North Airport Road is heavy with traffic, heavy going towards Outer Ring. We're just going to keep an eye on that. So please, wherever it is, you just be careful where you are this morning. Let's know the situation. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. Welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. City. Ati, the proverb from Togo is about what, Botros?
Well, the proverb from Togo is actually very simple and straightforward. You cannot look into a bottle with both eyes at the same time. I mean, you can try one eye, then the other eye, one eye, but both eyes same time? Bit of a problem.
Not both.
Not both. One eye at a time. Both one eye at the same time. Yes.
Could it be that if you're trying to focus on something, that you then have to have your vision in a direct line?
A singularity of purpose. Yes.
But if you really want to focus, then you must zone in on one thing.
If you really want to look at the bottle, you can look at it. But if you want to peer
focus
inside
at the bottom of it, then you must close one eye.
Yes.
Focus on, things that you're...
Because the bottle has a neck.
The bottle certainly has a neck.
Okay.
And necks, by their definition, tend to be narrow.
So for that purpose, close one eye.
Close one eye.
Okay.
I mean, you have two eyes, but when you close one eye, there's really strange thing is that your vision is better.
Yes. Yes, true. Indeed. Okay. And what's happening? You've just given us a traffic update. There's some roads where people are saying they're seeing things.
Okay, so let's start with what the situation is in terms of that word, everybody, heavy police presence, heavy. Okay, so CT did tell us that he was coming to work this morning. At that joint, there was some...
Well, the usual,
some heavy police presence.
My route is via State House. Huh?
Yes.
So that one, there's always a police block. But the policemen who stand there, this cold and this rain, this job isn't a good job. But I went round it now and past the former the DCI next to Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Right.
Yes, you know those huge vehicles that are supposed to spray you with water when you misbehave?
The tanks.
Yes, the big, those huge vehicles. They were there, and of course there were these lorries that at some point in the course of that morning were going to be full of police. So there were signs of readiness.
Okay.
But you know the thing is, the thing I like about this country, police presence isn't seen as a necessary cause for concern. You see them and you notice, oh, I see, you're there, and life goes on. The problem is now when they go into action and they do what it is that they have set out to do.
Sure. Now, there's some action happening in some parts of the city this morning.
Already?
Yes, there is. There's a little bit right here around Imara Daima is what it's said to be.
Yep.
There's already parts of the road having been shut off going towards Imara Daima because, folks started lighting fires and things like this. So police have come in.
Imara Daima?
Yeah.
Okay.
That junction turning up to Imara Daima. So police have decided to shut that down.
This is near the Imara Mall.
Yes.
There's
also some action going now towards Pipeline, now at the junction of General Motors at the underpass right here. So going towards Pipeline area, that also is an issue. The presence that CT talked about then can be seen on Kenyatta Avenue in the middle of the city. We're looking at that at Globe Cinema Roundabout. We're also looking at some of that just at the City Stadium Roundabout, coming off of Jogo Road, which then connects Buruburu to the city and all of this. So that presence is there. But in terms of movement, with some of the things that we're seeing now, we've only seen or heard of 2 spots so far. That's coming off of Wayaki Way, right around Kangemi. So there's some action there, and there's some here.
What kind of action?
Same thing that we're seeing at Imara Daima with fires up.
People lighting fires.
Bonfires on the road and such.
Okay.
In terms of any kind of movement like we've seen in the last couple of mandamanos, we haven't seen anything heavy. But then again, it's still slim pickings because it's 9/11.
This thing will peak at about midday.
Yeah.
Right?
And this is it.
As we've seen it happen.
We're not trying to be foreboding, but the truth of the matter is that if we're going to go by what we've seen before, we're not likely to see anything shift until about noon or into the afternoon.
Unless now we go by yesterday's announcement by Raila, who said we'll begin at 6.
Yes.
So Lawyer Eliud is texting me and saying he's actually sent a photo. There are police on horseback near the All Saints Cathedral. He says he's using Ngong Road, and Ngong Road has just been clear. No traffic heading towards town. No people on the road, but there's heavy police deployment on all these major roads. So this is what we are seeing so far.
Isn't it interesting, though? Sorry, Eric, but that folks have decided to stay off the roads. A lot of people have decided to work from home. People have decided in advance of time to close their businesses. Already received certain messages this morning saying that, well, we're not going to go into the CBD today because we're not sure what's going on. We're going to stay away until we know. But, truth of the matter is that by the time it gets to 12 o'clock and you've not gone into the CBD to open your business, the likelihood of you doing so today is, it's tossed, right? You're going to wait until tomorrow. So, folks, the reason why traffic is flowing is because people are not going into the city for fear that, things might go up in smoke.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, what's the reason for this second round of Mandamano?
Is there a reason different from the first time?
But, remember what happened.
Because, they called off the Mandamano the first time, and this was on?
It was on a Sunday.
Easter Sunday.
It was Palm Sunday, actually.
Palm Sunday,
yes.
Before Easter. So Palm Sunday, the president addresses the nation and says, I'm open for talks. And Raila comes in and says, I'm also open to having talks and conversations. And then since then, we see the dance back and forth. Oh, should this be inside Parliament, outside Parliament? Oh, should so-and-so be a member of your committee? Should so-and-so be a member of our committee? This and the other. And, there's no goodwill from that side. They're already coming with a predetermined position. So that's why we are going to have the second round of Mandamano. And the second round of Mandamano then begins today. What is it? Is it because the Azimio Brigade is feeling as if Kenya Kwanza is not serious? Or is it because they've been told that you have no case to bring to the table?
The way I see it, Eric, since you've asked the question, what you say may very well be the feeling. The question I would ask in addition to yours is, who is actually feeling this? You see, you have two leaders. You have the leader of the opposition, as we call him, Raila Odinga. You have the president, William Ruto. And everything stops with them. Raila thinks this, Raila says this. But that is not entirely true. Because each of these individuals and the parties they belong to have supporters. Because the leader is not a leader without people, without followers, and without people who work with him. And in many such cases, when there's a back and forth and there seems to be a confusion, the confusion is being caused because we are hearing cross-communication and we are hearing discussions that seem to, should we say, conflict. On the one hand, we hear one thing, and then on the other hand, we hear something else. This is now the voice. The cacophony is now what happens when individuals within both sides have a situation that doesn't seem to favor their interest. This is my view. It's not in their interest. There are people within both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza who do not actually want these talks. Forget the principles.
Yeah.
Because what talks means is that there's an understanding. And in our country, unfortunately, what people say when there's an understanding is a handshake.
Yeah.
So this thing that we've referred to as a handshake is really the discussion. Mandamano, no mandamano, we'll use the force, the police have said this, you will not do this. That is really the discussion. People who do not want the handshake. Now you could extend the discussion and say, do you think that the two principals want to have a chat? Given the pronouncements they made on Palm Sunday, it's clear that they were willing to have a dialogue. But since they were not the ones who were being proposed to have dialogue, for them to agree, one even suspects they had had some dialogue. Suspects. If people within these two parties do not want the possibility of a handshake, then the second level of questions have to be asked, what do they stand to lose? Because
there is one.
Yes, because if they stood to gain, they would support it. They would want it to go ahead. So if they seem to be opposed to it, then the question one has to ask is, what do they think they will lose? And that, my friend, is the question that I'm going to continue asking myself.
So people are fearing displacement.
That seems that
if there's some talk, then there's going to be some accommodation.
Yes.
And accommodation means that you get into this room, and when you get into this room, that means we have more of us in the room. That means
there's less to share from whatever it is.
Less room for me to move around.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, it isn't.
And then
new,
on the other
it?
side,
Yes.
there is a fear of if we get into the room, who exactly gets into that room?
Yes.
And who's going to lose their cushy position
right now, and who gets what? Because accommodation means both sides have to come to some understanding and something has to be shared.
Okay.
Yes.
But then it's actually very grim what you're painting, City, because it means that this whole conversation is about that.
Yes.
But yes, no.
This entire thing is not about, the best for the country, what's best for the country, what matters for Kenya, what's for posterity, institutional memory, blah, 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 blah. It's all about people getting into a room.
Yeah,
it is. And Eric, one of the things that I think is often not spoken of because I think it's not clearly understood, it is assumed that when you have what you call a strong leader, and what we in the media have painted as the protagonists are considered strong leaders, that what they want is what gets done. It doesn't work out that way. Leaders can be held hostage. Believe me. They may want something to happen in one way, but the people around them have a different view, and believe me, they will hold sway.
And here you just have a classic case of serendipity playing out here, because it just so happens that life has become a lot more difficult in terms of money moving in the economy. We know that the cost of living is high, but I'm sorry, that is just currency that's used to make sure that this situation plays out. It's currency that's being used. So you're not going to have to ask people to imagine anything beyond what is their reality, because that's it. Is it difficult for you to pay your bills? Yes, it is. Is food more expensive? Yes, it is. Have things gotten considerably worse? Yes, they have. But will what we are seeing today, or what we've seen in the last few weeks, sort out those particular problems in the manner in which it's touted? It will not.
What do you mean it will not?
Go on the streets and then sort the cost of living.
Yeah, are you saying that going on the streets and forcing a conversation about addressing the cost of living cannot yield to...
It can, but that is not the original intent. What CT is saying is the case here. That people are not... You're saying that people are really interested that this fight that we're seeing is really because the heart of the Kenyan right now is being sought for, is being fought for. That making life bearable for Kenyans is the reason why Mandamano is happening again on the 2nd of May. Is that what we're really seeing? Or is there a push to have people included in said room?
Okay, so let's say cost of living, blah, 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 may not come down. if we have this conversation. But then if you have the conversation and this conversation is about let's have an audit. Let's have an audit of the 2022 election. Don't you think this is for the benefit of the country?
If what?
If we audited the election.
Yes, it would be.
And for sure. And said, this is exactly what happened. This is who won the election. Blah, this and that. Is that not for the benefit of the country?
It is.
Sure.
How? City.
See, now people will know the truth.
You know, the thing is this, the discussion we had with the British High Commissioner, we did, there were frequent mentions of the word, that featured the word truth. Truth here, truth there, here and the other. So long as there is doubt in the minds of many people, that doubt represents their reality. Now, when you talk about the benefit, the audit helps reduce it. You can't eliminate it because there are people who, irrespective of what you do, even if the truth hits them in the face, they'll still say it is not the truth. I'm not talking about those ones. I'm talking about those who doubt because they feel there were some questions which were not answered. Or there were things which were not clear. So the clarity of these issues helps them come to terms with what previously they could not come to terms with.
So it brings closure.
It is, yes.
Okay.
Now, it is that.
Okay.
Kenyans agree, and I say this not guardedly, I say it with confidence that the 2002 election was the fairest election this country has ever seen.
Kenyans agree?
Kenyans agree.
Okay.
Because you had one president who was leaving, he had his preferred candidate, and something not known on this continent, the candidate actually lost the election. Okay? Now, I don't know why they do not seem to see that difference now, because we also then had a president. Oddly enough, the candidate who lost then became our president at some point later, and he also had a candidate, and his candidate
lost.
Yes. So, when we look at these situations, then the question we want to ask is it that we want the truth, or is it that we have difficulties accepting truths that are uncomfortable, or truths that don't conform to what we'd like it to be? I mean, these are questions we should ask ourselves. So, because even when, say, for instance, we open the servers and we are told this is what the server, are we saying there won't be people who will still be questioning the outcome? Or who will be finding some other reason not to believe what they have seen?
Yeah, already they'll be saying that somebody has entered. When we asked you to open the server the first time,
you should have opened it then.
Should have opened then.
Yes, because
that
in the intervening time,
you did something, I'm sure.
Yes,
you've been cooking that server.
Yes. And maybe the server got rained on, and we don't know how the rain affects the server. So what I'm saying is, the thing that perhaps I would like to say is important is the need for us to have something that is as close as possible to an honest discussion. And this is something we often talk about with regards to the government and them simply telling us the truth. Instead of playing this long game of telling us half truths or quarter truths, and by the time you add these fractions, it doesn't even form a whole. And yet you could just have come and said, folks, this is what we're dealing with, so that when we move into the future, we will find that what you said was true. It doesn't matter what we do, it remains the truth. The problem with half truths is that what about the other half? The other half also has influence. Now, what if that is what people prefer to go with? The question of trust arises from this very discussion of how much of the truth is actually on the table when we're having a discussion. That's how trust is built. It doesn't mean that you'll be happy with what you hear, but you'll be able to believe that when this is said, it represents the truth, because the alternative is the untruth, and this is the truth. So when we talk about mandamano, yes, there are people who are not comfortable with situations as they are in the country. There was a problem with the elections, and many people claim that was the case. There are those who say there was no problem. The real problem is we've always had a problem with our elections. That is the problem. We've always had a problem with the electoral body. And the discussions around the electoral body has always had to be, it is this person. Even when everybody is involved, opposition, those in power, there's still a problem. There's always a problem. So, are we the problem, or is the problem inherent in our institutions?
Is there a problem, or is there talk of a problem?
I think the talk of the problem is a problem, because it's constantly spoken of until it is an issue. So that a mindset is arrived at where something happens and it is pronounced as a problem, then it is a problem. However, there are distinctions to this. That we have a problem with rain and we have flooding, you don't need to philosophize.
You can see it.
That we had a drought, you don't have to philosophize. That food is unaffordable for most Kenyans, you don't have to philosophize, it is true. That diseases will come after these floods, that is also true. There are many truths. That COVID represented the problem, again it was a problem, that brought about many of these things, is also true. That this particular government is not responsible for very many of the problems that they actually have. What they're responsible for is how they have gone about managing the problems that were there. So, the truth is always there, and it's a question of whether we want to see it and whether we want to address it or not.
I think what I have an issue with the Azimio leadership and the organizers of the demonstrations is I don't get clarity in exactly where they're heading. I don't hear it. Like you said, Ndu, it's a conversation around the cost of living. And there's no formula that they present and say, this is what. They say, yeah, you should reintroduce the subsidies. Okay, but getting into the detail, the granular detail of this is a subsidy and this is what we'd like to see. So subsidy for unga, okay, that is one. But are we saying that the cost of living is the cost of unga? Is it?
It's not unga alone.
Is it cost of living or cost of food?
Because food is just part of this living that we're talking about. But if we're going to look at it across board, there's so many elements that contribute to this cost of living. It's the cost of power. It's the cost of transport. It's the cost of putting your children in school.
Yes.
It's the cost of healthcare. It's the cost of all of this. That is the cost of living.
And they mention it in passing.
Sure.
But I don't get to hear. So what is the way? What exactly do you want to see? If you're talking about the cost of power, 60% of it is tax and levies. So what are you saying? Are you saying that these taxes and levies should be brought down? Are you saying that we should stop purchasing powers from these IPPs or reduce buying power from IPPs just for 30 seconds or 30 minutes in a day because it's a running contract? Okay, but the rest of the time, no. What exactly are you saying?
Is there a list of demands? On this list of demands, is there one or two of these factors that, out-dominate or outshine or have higher potency on the totem pole in terms of importance? So what is it?
I think
according to you,
the way they present it, cost of living is usually number one.
Sure. But the truth of the matter is that if you dissect it, and that's just true. And I think folks will be able to, even though we've had people here who tell us, look, we know at the end of the day that we might protest for odd number of days, but that doesn't then translate to the cost of living coming down. You could do certain things that, could help the situation, but it would not necessarily mean that the cost of living then would come down. I think that there are other things that have been said that perhaps are coming at the underbelly of this cost of living argument or conversation. It just so happens that the cost of living is high and that Kenyans are frustrated with having to spend so much, if they even have it, when it comes to trying to stay alive. But there are other political issues that, for me, rise higher than this cost of living in this conversation. That they believe that the Ruto presidency is illegitimate. We cannot run away from that. They want the service to be open to see the real results of whatever happened. Okay?
The real results.
Whatever the real result may be. But the question is,
in their belief that the real result will declare that.
Let's say we let's play into that ideal situation, quote unquote, and the servers are opened. What happens? And this is the thing. What happens if you look at those numbers and you then see, okay, this man won the election. Then what happens?
And they'll be at peace.
Does everybody retreat does everybody retreat to their covens and then now slip properly into the roles of government and opposition? Is that what is going to happen? And this is my thing, that there will always be something.
They'll pick up something.
There will be something. And so this is
They'll say, in the last 6 weeks, you've been tampering with that server.
Sure. Excuse me. Is there honesty about what the real situation is? What is the issue? What is the issue? What is the issue?
You know, when we use the word blame, then the discussion goes south. You know, there is a fundamental difference between facts and the truth.
There's a difference. Yes, there is.
Facts is data, okay? When someone is in charge, the reason why the word blame comes into play is because there are expectations. And disappointment is a factor of expectations. Now, expectations are, it doesn't matter what you say, it's a two-way street. Somebody raises them, the other one expects. So when expectations are not met, the word blame then comes into play. Okay? Now, what I've seen of governments and how they're managed, I get the impression that most governments just manage expectations. Most politicians manage expectations.
That's it.
Yes, and the successful ones manage them very well. But to manage expectations, of the expectations, there must be visibility as to some of the things that are being expected. The realization has to be seen.
Yeah.
Some form of it has to be seen.
Yeah.
If you are a government and those expectations, one believes, again, it's optics here, that what is expected, a very small portion of it is actually being seen, then you will fall squarely into that bracket of people who will be blamed. Now, when you have a government such as ours, where there are people in the opposition, that is something they will take up and they will run with it.
Of course, they'll run with it. But you know, the thing is, CT, that look at the Mandamano, look at the side of Raila Odinga. They, as this side, didn't have an expectation of Ruto's presidency because they don't recognize the presidency. Do you understand?
They say they don't recognize it.
Then to claim disappointment from an expectation which didn't exist then somehow becomes a bit difficult.
Isn't it?
And that's why you're saying that you can ride on the disappointment of expectation, because that's the noise and the chatter that you hear from everybody else.
Yes.
That the hustler, as it were, is complaining and saying, you know what, this you promised you're going to do this. And then here we are seeing 90 days later that you haven't done.
You haven't done.
Now, somebody will look at it and say, fantastic, and rub their hands in glee and say, yes, you see? This is something else that's going to fuel our argument that this is an illegitimate presidency. But they didn't have an expectation because it was illegitimate in their eyes from the very beginning. They couldn't have had an expectation of something that they did not recognize.
So they're hoping for it to collapse.
Yes.
And these things that are happening are actually just building blocks to their argument.
Can I give you a perspective?
Please.
Let's say, for instance, Russia had not attacked Ukraine and we did not have the problems we're having in that region. Let's say there was no COVID. Let's say we discovered some mineral that is so rare that we don't even understand what it is, but we believe it is valued, it has a great deal of value. And the election was exactly the way it was. And with the drought, and with whatever else is going on remaining constant, we were able to feed those who need feeding. Our hospitals had drugs. JSS was working. And children were going to school.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And with these rains, we were not seeing flooding. That even
and
where
the election
was exactly the way it is.
Continue.
And with the flooding, we would be seeing vehicles, long convoys of lorries that are taking food and providing aid for people in the country.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, would we still have a problem with expectations of what the government can do? Would we still have the same narrative that we're hearing here?
If all those things were working.
Yes, and the election, constant problem with the election. All these things were working.
Yeah, we'd be having a problem.
Where would our problem be?
Our Kenyans in Sudan have not been brought home on time. There's a Kenyan who committed suicide at a Kenyan embassy somewhere. See?
You're saying
we'd have a problem.
Kenyans who committed suicide. There was someone in KRA who also committed suicide. A Kenyan.
Yes.
Okay. What am I saying? I am saying that everything that I hear, every side seems to have an opinion or a view that believe holds true for them. But I do not see how that addresses the fundamental problems that the citizen has. Telling us what we know to be true is not solving our problem. You are telling us what we also know.
Yeah.
That the food Is expensive. We all know it's expensive.
Yes, now we can see it becoming more expensive every day. You don't need to be in the street to tell us that food is more expensive.
We know. We know it's expensive.
We know children didn't go to school.
Yes, telling us again and again doesn't make it less expensive. It's still going to remain expensive. That our children are having problems going to school, and not just a problem with going to school, there's uncertainty around it. None of our political leaders are talking about it. None.
They're not aware. It hasn't come to their attention.
Oh, they don't know. Okay.
No. That we can excuse them.
Now, if there was a ticking time bomb, it is that. Because older people like myself have this tendency of always referring to the youth and talking to, when we're younger, they blah, 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 blah. But here you have children whose lives we are messing up as we observe. We are creating a problem that is going to bite them. Forget us.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem for them in the future, and it's not being addressed. And the issues that we seem to be focusing on, important as they are not more important than these children.
Let's take a break on that note. 25 minutes to 10. We want to hear from you after this break. 0719 012 600. That's 0719 012 600. Do you think this second round of Maandamano is going to yield results that favor the ordinary Mwananchi? Do you think this second round of Maandamano is going to yield results that favor the ordinary Mwananchi? The you and I. Well, you and I here, assuming, I know, Raila, you're listening. Not you. It is...
You're listening.
The eyes. 25 minutes to 10. Let's take a look at the weather and especially traffic on the roads this morning.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
Since I'm not shipping up.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
Emmanuel Talamu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room.
15 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 21, and we'll see highs of 23 in a sunny Nakuru. It's 15 and sunny in Nyeri. We'll see highs of 22 in a sunny Eldoret. 26 and mostly cloudy in Mombasa, highs of 29 and highs of 30 in a cloudy Malindi. At 19, it's sunny in Kisumu. We'll see highs of 26 in Kakamega. 18 and mostly sunny in Kampala. And we'll see highs of 29 in Dar es Salaam. 14 and sunny in Johannesburg. We'll see highs of 32 in Lagos and highs of 31 in a cloudy Kinshasa. It's sunny at 26 in Beijing, highs of 28. And at 6 degrees, Paris is cloudy. 10 degrees, it's cloudy in London. And at 12 degrees, Monday night is cloudy in New York. We'll see highs of 12 and lows of 8.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so what are we looking at minutes after 9:30? Still traffic situation in most parts, empty streets, what we're looking at in Nairobi. Certain parts where there are bonfires, you might want to steer clear of that. Looks good now coming off North Airport Road towards Outer Ring. Western's not posing an issue at all. Coming off the Vipingo Superhighway, very little traffic, and looks like it's going to be that way for most of today. Spice FM KE on Twitter. Keep things moving.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
600. Let's hear from you. The second round of Mandamano begins today. The leadership of Azimio has said we're going back into the streets because these people are not serious. These people, they're not serious. They don't hear what we're saying. We've been telling them things. They're not listening to us. They're ignoring and they're trying to control how these conversations could happen. And we're saying we're going back onto the streets today, one day. Then after that, they'll announce how the demonstrations take place going forward. This is what Murade, who is the Jubilee Vice Chairperson, is quoted to have said. He says, President William Ruto will serve only one term, and that is if he's lucky enough to finish it. That is if he is lucky enough
To finish it.
to finish it. So, under what circumstances would he not finish it? A, death. B, impeachment. Or C, Sava shows you're not the president, Supreme Court,
if he
you go
resigns.
to Supreme Court. Or he feels so much, nini mnanisumbua, chukueni basi. Chimfanye. Murathe, a confidant of retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, ruled out Jubilee working with Ruto. It's a fact that that means the Kenya Kwanza administration, was sworn in for a 5-year term, but anything can happen. You think this Mandamano has no endgame? You wait and see. We have the numbers and Kenyans. We are the people, and Azimio wants what is good for this nation, not witch hunts and threats thrown everywhere by Kenya Kwanza, he told the Standard on phone on Saturday in his first interview after last year's polls. He described Kenya Kwanza as a political grave, claiming that it's focused on destroying the constitution, political parties, and the opposition so that it could stay in power for selfish gains. Murathe said Kenya Kwanza has failed to deliver on any of its promises to Kenyans, and it's now focused on bringing the country down to serve individual interests.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the phone lines. Pinto in Asembo Siaya.
Yes. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm actually calling from Kajiado. I told you guys I moved to Kajiado.
Oh, you moved? Edna will
Yeah.
change these on our system. Unajua sisi tunajua Asembo. Tunajua huko Asembo. Now we'll change it. Okay.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay. Mandamano round 2. What do you make of it?
Let me digress a bit. I tried to call a little earlier when the Gracious High Commissioner was around. Just to ask you guys to petition her to talk to the good king, once coronated, to see to it that the head of Koitalali is brought back so that we give our paramount chief a decent burial. But then that is now what under the bridge.
That's a good
one.
That's a good one. Yeah, okay.
Unless she's still there in your premises taking tea. But yes, the second round of Mandaman, Kenyans should decide once and for all to set our priorities right. We should leave, if we decide so, politics to politicians, and then address real life issues as Kenyans. See, a movement like one agitating for cost of living, when it is not spearheaded by politicians and is rooted upon the uchungu yenye wananchi wako nayo, doesn't always stop for retails like, oh, next month is, say, for example, a holy month, so let us not protest, let us not agitate for this high cost of living until next week. That is when the objectivity is lost. So now there's a second round that is coming up because it stopped initially when goodies were dangled to the people who are spearheading it. They were told, you'll get this visible, come, we talk. And then when that is not forthcoming, people are then called to go back to the streets to Andamana. I think we as Kenyans, or those who actually go to these Mandamanos, need to scratch their heads a bit harder.
Okay. We hear you. Thank you very much, Pinto.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Good day. 0719-012-600. What is Ali Ahmed saying?
CT is right about the scope of people's voice. Is the opposition stifling issues such as youth, hustler issues, etc., etc.? Is it?
So I think they're deliberately avoiding those issues and mainstreaming others. So by doing that, then they basically are the ones who are stifling the voice of children who are now going to school.
You know, you when you decide to express and to promote a certain perspective, you're not necessarily stifling. It's just preference. You've decided to highlight what you feel or believe suits your purposes best. The politics we keep talking about, and this Kenyan politics, it's something that's organic. It's something that grows, and it's something that is alive. And if it was static, then we would say, well, it is this. Well, it is this now, but it will change, and it can change. The only reason why the status quo is maintained is because the people who don't benefit from it or who are actually harmed by it seem to go along with it. If they themselves decided that they were not going to go along with it, then those who propagate certain political perspective would change. Because if there's one group of people who are finely tuned to what people think is politicians, they are very tuned.
They know exactly what.
Yes. They know exactly
the pain points of the people.
They do. They understand it. And if they feel people don't want to go in a certain direction, believe me, they will not go. They go in the direction that they believe people want to go. And the successful politicians understand that completely. They've plugged into it and they understand it.
Andrew says, open the ballot boxes. Do it now. By the way, lest we forget, 40% of eligible Kenyans did not participate in the last year election. There were very many people in the diaspora who were effectively disenfranchised by the IEBC. That is one, because of how the registration was taking place in the diaspora, and two, the areas that were designated as polling centers in the diaspora. Okay? Then it says 30% of eligible voters are the ones who decided a winner. So anyway, open the boxes, the ballot boxes. Let's count them one by one. Because he has gone there and said, the issue then is not even the server. Just go to Kasarani, bring all those 40,000 blah blah from the polling stations, open, let's count afresh.
One.
Mbili.
Andrew Franklin.
Yeah. Then we can put them in the server.
Andrew Franklin has not heard of Njoro River.
Where a ballot box or two.
Ballot boxes were found swimming in the Njoro River. At the dawn of independence. Yes. So this thing of carrying ballot boxes. In the days when why do you think the crafters and the drafters of our constitution determined that, excuse me, folks, you're not moving those ballot boxes? At that place, you count them there and you announce it right there and then. Because that movement, and by the way, it was a movement of ballot boxes in police vehicles, protected, escorted, and somehow I don't know what it is about ballot boxes when it has to do with national elections. You think it's an inanimate object. It becomes animated. The box moves.
Yes.
It acquires a mind of its own. It was there, then it's not there. So,
okay. 3 callers on the line. One of them is Zachary in Gatondo. Zachary, good morning.
Morning, people.
How are you doing?
Morning, Zachary.
Fine, thank you. I'm now cool and I'm happy. I'm happy that there is sunshine in the morning.
Very good.
Yeah, now let me go. Otherwise, I hope everyone is okay.
Everybody's okay.
We are well, thank you.
Thank you for reminding them, you and Eric and the rest who are making the program possible. Now, this is what I say. I do not know. Leave alone the demonstration. Even the talks that do this as your guy, the Kenya Kwanza guy said that you would have said, okay, as far as the IBC composition is concerned, and information is concerned, I may give them, okay, talk to these guys. But then, anyone who was keen to listen to a program like yours, you brought so many guys there, Kina Jarang or Fiju Kina, who at the end of every program, when they were when you are interviewing them, they said at the end everybody be prepared for a place. Why? Because they had been assured by somebody or by some post somewhere that Laila is now the president. Why they were saying so, I don't know why, because the votes were with Zachary, the common joint seat, there were Jiko, even themselves. And what they had only was their one vote. Not even the president could assure anyone that you are really going to be the next president. Anyways,
okay.
And then I didn't got work. I got to fulfill my civic duty. I went and voted. Laila, who was one of the contenders, said, I'm not content with what these guys are saying. He went to court. The court said, no, Mr. Ruto won fair and square. And the sitting president, the legal sitting president, not even by porters, the president of the United States who controls the world, actually went and handed over the instruments of leadership. Their instruments are meant to safeguard exactly when he is going to look for his ruga, that no one can actually instill fear in him. And he should feel that he has exercised his democratic rights, and he should be protected. And I'm saying tax to that end, is it? Anyway, Raila is saying that the cost of living is so high. Let me ask him the question that he has been asked. When we were doing the elections on 9th, Unga was 230. Leave around Unga. Fertilizer was 7,000, Mr. Eric. I was in Nakuru. And so many people could not have actually afforded to go to Shaba to plant. Let me assure you that. There is this issue of ISB, this education. The what do you call it?
JSS.
The CBC, yeah? It was done and implemented when Raila was the president.
Raila was the president of what?
He wasn't.
Raila was never the president of Kenya.
Let's get to the point.
He was there, but he was late. Anyway,
coming to the point.
Yeah?
Yes.
This is my point, Mr. Eric and company and everyone with, yeah? We voted. Raila was in the process and he signed so many papers that if you are going to, if the outcome is going to be this, are you going to accept? He said yes. And we went and voted. And Ruto was declared the winner. Whether he was declared the winner with a margin of 1 vote, that is immaterial. Ruto is the bona fide president of Kenya. And let me advise him at his whatever. And I know they are written. Anyone who is trying to disturb peace, people are suffering here. He should be crushed. I don't know whether my pronunciation is good. They should be crushed. Don't them, crush them.
Sawa. Thank you.
Yeah.
Atinda in Nyakach, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
How are you?
I'm doing good. What about you guys?
We are very well. Do you think this second round of Maandamano is going to yield better results?
Eric, to start with one, you see, if you look at the history of Kenya and some of the things that we have achieved so far, most of them we've achieved through street protest. And going by that, I am certain that if this government is put to the corner, then they will respond. And I think as we speak, the government of Mr. William Ruto is at the corner. And when Raila decides to get back to the streets, they have an idea, or they have seen the light that by making second call to the street demonstration will produce something.
What do you think it will produce?
And Eric, ukiangalia maisha bwana imekuwa ngumu. Like for example, mimi ni mwalimu. You see life now najionea, if myself I'm getting something at the end of the day. Look at this person who is not getting anything totally, and we have them within our society. So I think one of the things, and I know Raila is riding on this, because in politics you must find a narrative that you are riding on to achieve your goal. He's going to achieve his goal, but at the end of the day, the citizens too will also achieve their goal. So it's like a symbiosis when we go to this stage, this matter.
We get you now. Thank you,
So
Atinda.
thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Enoch, who's in Kiambu. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
How are you?
Very well.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. I CP Muga.
Hi, how are you doing, man?
Very well.
Mwalimu, do you think
City
this
Muga.
second round will bring anything?
No, it was never meant to bring anything apart from either getting the government off the roof. It was never meant to do that. And I think actually it was meant to stabilize these Kenya Kwanza so that they might not work. Come 2027, they will have done zero job. and then they will be sent home. Actually, Mr. Muga, I've heard you talk about the easiest way. In fact, this issue of open the server is an excuse because they know it cannot be open. Why is it that it cannot be open? Part of the rights of that machines and the rest, or whatever called server. The easiest way is to count those ballots in the ballot boxes. If they can be assembled, as we have said, in either Kasaran, and they are counted one by one, they have no excuse because it's what was voted, what was inserted in those boxes. There will be no interference. This transmission thing, and they are using the server as an excuse because they know it will not happen anyway.
Okay.
So that's just an excuse.
Okay. Enoch, thank you. Let's hear from others as well. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you.
Daniel in Matasia.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
We're fine, thank you.
Only have just a few comments.
Yes.
I'll challenge you guys to do some research. What we are discussing now are things we didn't resolve many, many years ago. People are just not talking about it. Just confirm, our first two presidents were never elected into office. Now, this feeling has built over the years, and we don't want to face it.
Was there no election in 1964?
Mzee was a prime minister. Then he changed into a president with no election.
And when he was member for Gatundu, was he elected?
He was elected. I'm talking of president. He was not elected as a president. When Moi came in, there was a lapse. He was supposed to be voted in after 90 days.
And then
it didn't happen.
What happened?
He became a president. He became a president. So it means the first two regimes, people kind of accepted, but grudgingly. Okay? Then, out of those two regimes, there's a feeling that two communities have an unfair edge in terms of resource assessment, access rather. Okay? The only election we claim that was fair was on 2002. Unfortunately, again, for only the first term. The second term, there was commotion and there was some arrangement, that made things work. Okay? So let's face the truth. The truth is this. Other communities feel left out. Okay? They can't come out and speak about it. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court, which is supposed to be having the right conversation, was so underwhelming this time. Actually, it was so shameful. Okay? Now, do research. Get back into what is going on. Okay? Even now, okay, this issue of the server that we're talking about, okay, how can you have the Supreme Court ordering an organization that is foreign, okay, and it can't comply to its orders, okay? Now, you'd say that, by the way, I'd always felt that Baba is becoming a nuisance. How come he's always complaining that he's losing, okay? Now, I came to discover when I followed the Supreme Court proceedings, okay, for those, the last proceeding, okay, this guy has been winning the last 4 elections.
Oh, yes.
And he played a part in the win of Kibaki. So I look at it this way. And even I connected with what's happening with the religious organizations. Yeah? Most of Baba's followers are not from Luo Nyanza.
Okay, Daniel.
Yes.
Long-winded story. This Mandamano, what is it going to yield? And by the way, doing the research, in November 1978, there was a presidential election.
Even before that, my friend, Jomo Kenyatta happened to be the sole candidate in every election.
In 1964, there was an election.
Yes, there were elections after that. He was the sole candidate, so he simply just went in. There was nobody else who stood for presidency.
There was a presidential election in 1964.
No. In 1964, he assumed the position because he was leader of KANU. 4 years down the line, there was an election.
There was an election.
And 4 years after that, there was another election. And he was a sole candidate.
Yes.
Presidential election.
In 1978, there was a presidential election.
Yes, and he was a sole candidate.
I think maybe the perception that is there is that the two communities have always been ruling the country, okay?
Yes,
and the rest,
it's a perception.
have no.
It's a perception that has truth because it is people from the two communities who have been in leadership. So you don't have to guess. It's
but
just
not
a fact.
the two communities. Anyway, we've come to the end of the show, Daniel. But thank you very much for your call today. have a good one. Time just jumped like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's continue this conversation tomorrow. We see the aftermath of today's Mandamano. Have a lovely day, people. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Britain did not support the campaigns of President William Ruto. This is according to the outgoing British ambassador to Kenya, Jane Marriott, whose 4-year tenure has come to an end. In an interview with Spice FM, Marriott said that England participated in the election by supporting the independence of institutions such as the IEBC.
The UK and I personally played a role in supporting the institutions in the elections. At no point did we support any particular side. I spent as much time, and in fact tried to balance it out very clearly, that if I met candidate Ruto, I'd try and meet candidate Ryla. With my teams, I sort of said, look, go and meet the Kenya Kwanza team and go and meet the Azimio team, and make those contacts so that whoever gets into government, we have good relations with them.
She says she never contacted the former IEBC chairperson, Fula Chebukati, as has been claimed.
I'd never had that conversation with Mr. Chebukati, and it's amazing all the number of people who think they conversations that I have had that never actually happened. So, I was down at the Bomas, as were many people. I saw Mr. Chebukati. I remember we spent about an hour together one day because the election results hadn't started coming in yet. And actually, he was a bit bored. And so we did just kind of, spit